Akriti, we're almost 10 o'clock. Should we start?
Okay. Should we?
Yeah, we should.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
Starting in the next 10 seconds. Okay. Hello and good morning to all the guests who've joined us here today. I'm Akriti and I work with the Alumni Relations Office at Ashoka University. And it is with utmost pleasure that I welcome you to the first ever Ashoka Alumni Day today. The past year has been a challenging one that has led us to adapt to a new normal. And so, as much as I wish we were all sitting in an auditorium, perhaps Zoom is the new auditorium for us all. We have a great day planned for you and hope you'll stick around for all sessions. To kickstart the proceedings, we have the leadership of Ashoka welcome all our alums back to their alma mater and lay out the vision for strengthening the bond between the alumni and the university in coming years. I'd like to welcome our Honorable Chancellor, Professor Rudrangshu Mukherjee. Professor Mukherjee is Chancellor at Ashoka and Professor of History. A historian and author, Rudrangshu has been with Ashoka since the first batch of the Young India Fellowship and was Ashoka's founding Vice Chancellor. Professor, thank you for joining us today.
Good morning and welcome everybody. This is a landmark day for all of us. The first ever alumni meeting. It's good to have all of you, many of you present here. As wish it was in an auditorium and we could see everybody, but we have to adapt to situations. As you all know, I'm just repeating something that is well known, that Ashoka was the dream of a handful of people, 7, 8 of them. Ashish Dhawan is already here. He was one of the pioneers who thought about a liberal arts university in India. And to start it off in 2011, they started the Young India Fellowship Program, which was a kind of a pilot program. And that's when I was drawn into this project of building a liberal arts university called Ashoka. It will surprise many of you that the first students, the first fellows in the Young India Fellowship Program were only 58. I still remember that class, and I hope some of the members of that pioneering group who took that leap of faith and joined the Young India Fellowship Program are here today to celebrate this occasion. So we started very small, but much faster than any of us expected. That dream of a handful of people became a reality. And today, 10 years down the line from the first Young India Fellowship Program, we are already being hailed as one of the best universities in India. And I hope that very soon, we will also be hailed as one of the best universities in the world. We are going that way. And if we don't really foul it up, I think we should make it very, very soon. So that is largely because of the students who have graduated out of Ashoka, either in the Young India Fellowship Program or from undergraduate or postgraduate programs. Without these students, their abilities, their commitment, I don't think Ashoka would have been in the position it is today. So a very, very big thank you to all of you for your enthusiasm, for your commitment, um, and for your fellowship as well. I mean, we have all become a part of a very large family. I should also add that when we began the undergraduate program in 2014 August, we were still very small. Only 130 students signed up to be students, undergraduate students at Ashoka University. And I hope that first batch also, some of them or many of them are here. And they also took a leap of faith by putting their trust, their parents as well took a leap of faith by putting their trust in us. And we started off in the new campus, which is still nearing completion. We hope to complete it very soon in the next couple of months. So Ashoka has a vision very clearly spelled out that we will provide excellence in education and prepare citizens, not only of India, responsible citizens, not only of India, but also of the world. So that is our commitment, our public pledge, as it were, and all of you are part of that pledge. But the one thing I want to emphasize today, because it's an alumni day and the first alumni day, is that we also have a vision or an expectation, if you like, or from the alumni. The idea is that in 10 years' time, the alumni will have a much bigger say in the funding and in the visualization and the running of the university than it has today. So that is, I think, where the Alumni Association should concentrate on. How can we become more involved? And already the part of donations, giving back to the university, the process has started. I'm absolutely delighted that some former students are already taking the initiative to put in money to their alma mater. And I hope this process gathers momentum, and very soon that we will have more donors and big donors coming from the alumni group as the alumni group matures, as they become more successful. So that is the kind of expectation we have of the alumni, from the alumni. But today is not to put further pressure or any kind of responsibility on you. Today is a day of celebration. And I once again welcome all of you. And I hope you have a great day and as much fun as is possible through Zoom. But next year, we will meet physically. Thank you. Welcome again.
Thank you, Professor Mukherjee. Thank you so much. We appreciate your words. Next, we have our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Malavika Sarkar. Professor Sarkar is Vice Chancellor of Ashoka and a Professor of English. She joined Ashoka as Principal Academic Advisor in 2015, and in 2016 took on the additional role of Ashoka's first Dean of Faculty and Research. Professor, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning and a very warm welcome to all alumni who have joined today. As the Chancellor said just now, today is a day of celebration. Being an alumnus or an alumna is a very special relationship with one's institution. And as time goes by, this bond, I'm sure, will become stronger and stronger between yourselves and the university. And indeed, as the Chancellor said, we will all work together to take Ashoka further. But I just want to pause for a moment to take up the story from where Professor Mukherjee left it, which is to say that Ashoka began as a dream. It first established a pilot program called the Young India Fellowship. Then the undergraduate program came into being. So let me pick up the story from there. And Ashoka, yes, started the Young India Fellowship as a pilot program, but amazingly, and only Ashoka can do that, by and large, a pilot program ends when the main, so-called main part of the structure is put in place. The pilot program has become part of the main structure. The Young India Fellowship continues and continues very strongly, and that shows the resilience and imagination that Ashoka has brought into its institutional building. And then with the undergraduate program, Ashoka was envisioned as a liberal arts and sciences program. It began with science, with social sciences, and the mathematical sciences. But the circle was not yet complete. So to complete that circle, the natural sciences was brought in. Biology and physics began in 2016. And now from last year, chemistry has started. So let's say the circle is now complete. But in the process of completing this circle, what happened was that the sciences took on a special dynamism and life of its own. And indeed, today, Ashoka Sciences is amongst the top, most certainly in this country, and recognized internationally. Our sciences have really flowered. So it was time to strengthen, go back and strengthen the humanities with which Ashoka had begun. And that is happening now, with Ashoka being recognized as the only university in India for an international global humanities project. We are starting Sanskrit, we are strengthening visual arts. So let us say that the balance is now being restored. But, and I'm sure I'll be guilty of mixed metaphors here, but the excitement is just too much. But the circle being completed now has taken a life of its own. Different parts of the circle have become interactive. They've started interacting with each other. And this has resulted in a number of new centers, some that have come into being already, some that have been planned, and conversations across departments about what are the kinds of joint programs that they can offer. So Ashoka is the only university of its kind, certainly in this country, where psychology and computer sciences are working together to create a program. So, and a center like 3CS, the Center for Climate Change and Sustainability, with 24 faculty members across different departments, has begun. All of this shows a lot of interactivity, a lot of dynamism. Further, the other centers Ashoka has, like CSPC, CSIP, we are also reaching out to them, drawing them in so that they become part of the activity of the entire university. The universities, every part of the university has now become, dynamic and connected. And this is a great moment, therefore, to take the university even further. So in that journey of imagining where we can go next, we are looking to the alumni for fresh ideas. So we very much welcome any fresh ideas that you can give. And for the Young India Fellowship, it's not that they simply stay where they are, which is very great, but also as new centers emerge, surely the fellows will get a chance to do internships and other kinds of projects with these centers. So they too integrate into the larger dynamics of this university. So here is this very exciting university of which you are the alumni. So a very warm welcome to everyone. Do stay connected.
Thank you so much, Professor. This indeed was extremely exciting, and I feel really proud to be associated with the institution. Thank you. Next, we have our board chairperson, Ashish Dhawan. Ashish is chairman and board of trustees. He founded Central Square Foundation that focuses on transforming the quality of school education in India. Ashish is involved in a range of initiatives in education reform, addressing air pollution, building the Asian Century Foundation, among others. Welcome, Ashish.
Thank you. It's an absolute honor to be here with all of you. I think, as all of you know, we are partners in creating India's leading liberal arts and sciences university. And it's a momentous occasion to get all our alumni together. This is a landmark moment in that Ashoka has just completed 10 years as a project, whilst we're only 6.5 years old, or coming up to be 7 years old as a university. But we purchased the land about 10 years ago and got moving on this journey, and the 10th batch of the YIF will graduate this year. I think, as was mentioned by the Chancellor and the Vice Chancellor, the biggest asset of the institution, beyond the faculty, beyond the brick and mortar, are really the students and the alumni of the institution. And Ashoka's purpose really is to create future leaders for India and for the world in every sphere of society. Many of you will go on to lead organizations, business enterprises, will become innovators, will do amazing things in the arts, will become activists, will set up civil society organizations, and have an impact very broadly on our society and on our economy, which I think is poised to do very well over the next few decades. And so a lot rests on your shoulders. I think Ashoka is different in that if you look at many of our current leading institutions, the IIMs and the IITs, most of the alumni go into the corporate world. And they've had amazing impact in building corporate India, or many of the IIT alums have gone abroad and set up enterprises. I think Ashoka is so much more diverse. And so from a societal impact standpoint, I feel confident that our alumni will have a much greater impact and a much more diverse impact than the alumni of other leading institutions. Now, because we're a new university, we're only 10 years old, I believe that many of you can play a key role in helping shape Ashoka in the coming years. We're still laying the foundation for building a great institution that will outlive all of us. And we have an active alumni association. I'm very thankful to all the leaders there for their contribution, and to many of you who have really served in multiple ways. And I would encourage you to really help the institution, whether it's with outreach to get us the next cohort of students, so outreach at schools, colleges. I'd encourage you to assist us with career services as we are looking to get our students who are going to graduate ready for the workplace. Many of you already come, speak to them, run sessions. With placements, many of you are in organizations already, for-profit, non-profit. Please bat for Ashoka and ensure that more grads come into your organizations, mentor students, and help fundraise for Ashoka. These are a variety of ways in which you can contribute to the institution. I do want to touch on, one or two examples just to give you a sense of the impact that you could have. Harvard is the oldest university in America, and it has about 400,000 living alumni. And if you look now, it's obviously these alumni across many cohorts, 60, 70 living cohorts. And about a third of Harvard alumni go on to found a venture, either for-profit or not-for-profit. And if you aggregate all those ventures, they generate about $4 trillion in annual revenue. which is currently larger than India's GDP. So that just gives you an idea of the impact that one institution can create. It's interesting also that 2/3 of all Harvard alumni serve on a board. And in aggregate, they serve on 300,000 boards across the world. Most of these actually being not-for-profit boards. And on average, they're associated with these boards for 6-7 years. So they're transforming these organizations, these societal organizations. And on an annual basis, if you look at the large American institutions, Harvard, Yale, Princeton, Stanford, they raise about $1 billion each year. That money largely coming from alumni. I know I'm a Yale graduate, and I see that typically at the 5th reunion, because I've been back for my 5th, and I'm now going back for my 25th very soon. We've had, sorry, I've already been for my 25th. I guess I'm getting old. I'm going for my 30th soon. At the 5th year, we typically get $1 million raised. And at the 50th year, recently, $192 million was raised from the class. So the alumni group really have helped build these institutions. The reason American institutions pulled away is because they have the largest endowments and alumni who are deeply invested in the success of these institutions. Ashoka is unique in India in that we have a financial aid program where we are committed to giving financial aid and support to all students who need it. We have, many of you may not know, but we've given away 257 crore to 3,400 students since our founding. And this year alone, this financial year, our financial inclusion support is to the tune of 63 crore. And so it's critical that many of you, and this number, by the way, is only going to grow. So I would encourage many of you to come together to help us fundraise, but also to start to contribute. I do want to mention a few who have done so in the recent past. Jairaj Bhattacharya, who's the founder of a company, recently funded one full YF scholarship. Chesita Kocher has committed 1 month's salary every year for the next 10 years. An incredibly generous act. I mean, I was just blown over when I heard about this. Mahesh Chakotitya and Avni Ahuja, who have made significant contributions as well for the next 3 years. So I think there's a tremendous opportunity for you to be connected with each other, be connected with the institution, and really help us as we look to build a leading institution that makes a meaningful contribution to the world and to India. I can assure you that this will be the biggest source of pride in your life. And so encourage you to stay connected with Ashoka and do as much as you can for the institution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashish. This was extremely enlightening, and our journey of giving back is just starting. And I'm sure this is, as you said, it's only going to grow. So thank you for that. Next, I think we'll move on to our half-yearly update from the Ashoka Alumni Association. I'd like to invite our third association president, Akash Sharma, to share an update with us. He is from the founding UG batch. Thanks, Akash.
Thank you, Akriti. It's really lovely to see everyone here. Before we begin, I just would like to take a minute of silence in honor of our fellow alumni that very recently passed away, Aishwarya Singh from the founding MA Econ batch. And I would like to take a minute of silence to honor her memory. Thank you, everyone. Moving on, our council was elected in August, and we decided that our main vision, as in line with everyone, as said already, is to sort of think about and to build for longevity. And in so many ways, our main values with this sort of larger theme in mind was that alumni have to build for Ashoka, alumni have to be biased to action, and we have to work in collaboration with all authorities as well as everyone and all collaborators that exist. Um, our updates revolve around all these four things that I've mentioned so far. The first one is with respect to integrating all programs together. It gives me great pleasure to announce that the cohort leadership type program for that exists for the undergrad, something like that, is in the offing for alumni. It's called the Alumni Links program, and the pilot project for this would begin at the end of January this year. I'm also very happy to announce that we're going to be launching the Africa chapter of the Alumni Association very soon. And that would happen at the end of this month as well. And there would be a special alumni mentorship program, especially for international students and alums that graduate from Ashoka. Um, there are multiple reasons for this, and we'll get into this in our session later on today. Moving on with respect to career development. For the previous cohort of undergrads and YIFs, we've held multiple sessions ranging from how to build your network to an overview of the development sector, and also towards how to interview and what does mental health look like. Additionally, 30 plus alumni have signed up to give over 100 plus hours for more than, especially with respect to one-on-one resume reviews. Um, I would also like to sort of talk about engagement and fundraising. The alumni run, Akriti, Shivani, and Shantanu and team have done a great job, and we're hoping to sort of raise more money with respect to another alumni scholarship through it. Uh, as Ashish already mentioned, we also want to give a special thank you to Jairaj, Cheshta, Mahesh, and Avni for their significant contribution. Um, and I think that's largely what we've sort of accomplished over the last few months. I also want to sort of talk about our communications policy, which was released in the beginning of this year, at the end of last year, and want to say that we've sort of cut down on and increased the quality of communication that goes around. With respect to more, I think you can join us at 2 o'clock to 2:30, where we sort of talk about all of our updates in detail. And that's where we sort of want to sort of begin. Um, More than anything else, thank you. This is a landmark occasion and really looking forward to being a part of institution building.
Thank you, Meg. Um, it's been a joy working with the council for the past 6 months, and I definitely look forward to working with you guys on the projects that you mentioned. Thank you so much. So next we have Life After Ashoka. So we will be joined by one of our alums from the batch of 2017, YF 2017, Huzafa. So she is a bachelor in sociology, literature, and education from University of Kashmir. She went on to finish her MLS after completing her fellowship in 2017 and is now pursuing her doctorate in anthropology at Stanford, where she's a Knight Hennessy Scholar. Thank you for joining us, Huzafa.
Thank you, Akriti. I think before I kind of tuned into the webinar, the full force of how momentous this occasion really is did not hit me. But I'm becoming more and more aware of what it means for an institution like Ashoka that has personally given me so much to complete full 10 years. And with that being said, hello everyone. My name is Huzafa. for those, and I'm sure there are many who don't know, but, and I'm a YF from 2017. Like Akriti mentioned, I did my undergrad from Kashmir University and joined the YF right after. Truth be told, since I first arrived at Ashoka in 2016, I have almost stubbornly refused to leave it. And why I say that is because right after the fellowship, I stayed back for another year to do my MLS with a concentration in political science. And once that was over, I was remotely still connected to Ashoka as a Mother Teresa Fellow with the Center for Social Impact and Philanthropy. I also worked as a researcher with the Trivedi Center for Political Data. And most recently in 2020, I worked as a teaching fellow at the Political Science Department. So as you can see, it is a little difficult for me to speak about life after Ashoka, precisely because in some way, shape, or form, I have still been associated with it. I've had the good fortune of knowing it as a student, and then as a remotely connected fellow, and later on as a staff member. When I came to Ashoka, I had just passed my undergrad in Kashmir. I had no work experience, and I had pretty much also never lived away from home until then. So as you can imagine, arriving in Sonipat, Haryana was quite a huge shift, personally as well as academically. The funny thing, though, is that when I was in my 12th grade, I made this internal decision that I would go to college because it was the, the most and the least that was expected of me. And that was it. I did not care about studying for many, many reasons. The education system had taken the love of learning out of me. But strangely, college was where I fell in love with the social sciences. The curriculum itself wasn't too good, but I started reading books on my own and realized I really wanted to study for real because I loved it, and not because a degree was demanded of me or it was something I should do. And it was with these hopes that I joined Ashoka. And what I am grateful for every day is that Ashoka nurtured that spark in me and built it into something bigger, so much so that I am now in the first year of my PhD program, which, as I personally look back at the past decade, I pretty much believe I started this at least started the last decade. I think the new decade just started. So started somewhere around 2011 and 2012 with the belief that I would get to college and get done, and that was the end of it. And to now feel like I have arrived at a place in my life where I would have a commitment strong enough to put myself through grueling research work that a PhD demands is something that I find fascinating and unheard of within myself. And I think for that very reason, I am very grateful for the kind of place Ashoka was for me, to allow that kind of exploration. One of the most amazing aspects, I believed, of my education during the Young India Fellowship was, I think, the critical writing program we had. And that turned out to be nurturing in so many ways because on one side, everything in the fellowship moves too fast, but on this other side, we had this course that stayed through multiple terms and allowed us a consistency. And frankly, it was for the final paper of that course, like my writing preceptor gave our class the option to just say, you can write a final paper on anything you're interested in. And I think that was the first time I got to sit with my thoughts and really, really sit and think, what am I interested in? What would I like to, do for this? And I think it was in that final paper which kind of planted the seed of what I would do a little bit in my master's thesis, and then later on, actually now for my PhD. And it was how I realized how much and how deeply I was interested in the anthropology of violence, as I am now, starting my PhD program in anthropology. And I wouldn't have arrived at, that kind of combination of factors allowing me to arrive at that point, and then thinking this is what I'm interested in, and this is a question I think is worth spending many years of my life over answering. And I think it's that kind of freedom that I always cherish when I look back at the fellowship. What I value most of all from my time at Ashoka and the time beyond that is the bonds that I was lucky enough to form with people, many of whom are now dear friends. At the same time, I also value that Ashoka made me embrace the fullness of being a complete human being. And it was courses like, say, art appreciation in the fellowship that kind of made me realize, hey, just because I paint, it does not mean, like I don't have to be good at it. It doesn't have to be perfect. Like painting is a form of expression and everyone should be able to do it. And it's also enabled me to appreciate art over the life. I often joke that it's one of the most practical courses I took because I feel I can look at art and see, really, really look and see. So just little things like that. But if I am to be truthful, it is in the years after the fellowship that I have truly begun to understand what being a part of Ashoka really means. And what I mean by that is that although I'm not in a physical space with any of the people from the program anymore, when it really comes to it, those are the people who have cheered me on the most, guided me when I needed it, and been ready to help. Whether it is the people in my cohort, the program team, the professors, or the mentors that I have stayed in touch with since the first year of the fellowship. And I think that to me is the true meaning of being an alum. It is when I feel more and more a part of Ashoka and I'm able to trust it even as I'm physically removed from it. I feel a strong kinship with the community and that I have been blessed to get to know in my time there. And I am really excited to be a part of today's event for the whole part. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Huzafa. Having been connected with you for the past 2 years and being your friend, I find your journey personally very inspiring. Thank you for doing this for us. Next, we'll move on to our academic showcase. So the university has been growing and excelling over the years at various fronts. We have created a world-class learning ecosystem and have strengthened our academic credentials steadily. To tell us more, first, we have our Dean of Research, Professor L.S. Shashidhara. Professor is a distinguished professor and Dean of Research at Ashoka, currently on leave from IISER Pune. He specializes in genetics, molecular biology, and evolutionary biology. Professor Shashidhara has served in the past as Vice President of Indian National Science Academy and Secretary General of the International Union of Biological Sciences. He is currently the President of IUBS. Professor, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Akriti. It's a pleasure to talk to all the alumni. In fact, I'm really a new person in the university, just about a 2-year-old. In fact, very soon, hopefully I'll have more personal interaction with the alumni. I'm sure most of you who joined in the very beginning, Ashoka University, you joined because it's a new university with fresh thinking, with innovative curriculum and great faculty who had a good research experience and expertise, right? And this needs to be continued. And otherwise, a university may become sort of, gets into a steady state and become very static unless we continuously innovate, continuously bring freshness to the university. It will not be able to, be attractive, as attractive as it was 5 years ago or 6 years ago when you joined. We need to maintain the same level of attraction to new faculty as well as students, right? What you call as a childlike freshness should always be there in any university. So great universities are great for two reasons. One is of course students, and the second of faculty. And the faculty always look forward to join a great university based on the academic freedom they have and the research and the innovation ecosystem the university offers for their research work. Because faculty would like to do research, that's their primary interest. And then they also want to couple that research with undergraduate teaching, which would be of equal importance. But still, when they choose a place to join, they would prefer what kind of research ecosystem the university offers, right? So in that context, research office in Ashoka, which has been constituted a couple of years ago, is actually striving to set up a very good support system for faculty to, of course, when we say faculty would be doing research along with students, not only PhD students, also undergraduate students. In fact, over recent years, more and more undergraduate students are doing research, both as part of ISM as well as in their those who do ASP in the 4th year, they are now doing good research along with the faculty. And we are setting up research infrastructure as well as facilitating faculty to get grants from outside, competitive grant from government and non-government agencies, as well as facilitating hiring of good PhD students, postdoc, and mentoring PhD students and postdocs in the university. And research office job is to facilitate all of these things so that faculty don't have to worry about the administrative or financial aspect of the research. They only focus on the academic aspect of the research. So in this context, we are not only setting up very high quality research infrastructure, both for sciences and humanities and social sciences, we are also, setting up many interdisciplinary centers, because Ashoka's strength is in its interdisciplinarity, both in the curriculum for undergraduate teaching as well as in research for PhD and postdoctoral fellows. In the context of interdisciplinarity, I'll just give you one example. There are many examples. We just launched a new Center for Interdisciplinary Archaeological Research, where historians and archaeologists will work along with chemists and biologists to understand and not only to understand and also to sort of build a story which is more evidence-based story of archaeological history of India. We are looking at some of the old, of course, this is just launched and right now it's at the theoretical level, and very soon after this pandemic, the more laboratory-based work will start to analyze the archaeological samples more scientifically to understand the cultural as well as the technological innovations the people, or like for example, an Harappa Mohenjo-daro had several thousand years ago, right? So, and research office will continue to work in setting up more such centers, and hopefully all alumni who are here, when you visit, we'll have many more, laboratories to showcase and other research centers. We have, many research centers on, I'm sure many of you know about the political data, economic data, and analytics. We are going to set up a center for health metrics. Basically, idea is in the current context of pandemic, we have realized that how important it was to access to high quality data of relevance to address any pandemic. If India could have done, well, India has done reasonably better. If India could have done far better to deal with this pandemic, if we had access to good data, right? So Ashoka is taking up leadership role wherever there is a gap in dealing with public policies, whether in the health or economics or in science and innovation. So I'll stop here. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for that update, Professor. We are looking forward to these developments. Next, we have Professor Upinder Singh, who's our Dean of Faculty. Professor has taught at St. Stephen's College and subsequently in the History Department of the University of Delhi, and has written extensively around various aspects of ancient Indian social, economic, and religious history, the intersection between political ideas and practice, Indian archaeology, the modern histories of ancient sites and monuments, and cultural interactions between India and Southeast Asia. Welcome, Professor.
Thank you very much, Akriti. And I'm very happy to be with the alumni this morning, even if in a virtual space. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk to you. Akriti, can you please put on my PPT? While Akriti is doing that, I'd just like to mention to all of you that the biggest challenge for faculty this academic year, as you can imagine, has been to deal with the fallout of the COVID pandemic. And what this meant was that faculty members had to almost in an instant move to a completely different style of teaching, a different mode of online teaching. And I'm very proud to report that under the leadership of our Vice Chancellor and with the remarkable support that our tech team gave us, all teachers at Ashoka were able to rise to the occasion, and we were able to move online with no disruption, with no break, and we kept to our academic calendar. I think this is a great achievement and something that we should all be proud of. I'd like to give you an overview of some of the aspects of our faculty and some of our plans for the future. Akriti, can you please give the next slide? This slide gives you an overview of the strength of the faculty associated with various departments. Currently, we have 126 permanent faculty at Ashoka and 41 visiting faculty. And you can see the different strengths of the departments. Economics is one of our largest and most important departments. And the departments which currently are small, as far as they're concerned, we do have very carefully planned out strategies for strengthening them, not only in numerical terms, but also in terms of attracting world-class faculty. Next slide, please, Akriti. As the Dean Research has mentioned, one of the USPs of Ashoka is its interdisciplinary character, not only in teaching, but also in research. I'd like to emphasize here that apart from the expertise that our excellent faculty bring to bear on their teaching and on their research, we also have many faculty members who have joint appointments across different departments. And this gives our faculty profile a very unique kind of character. What you see in the slide in front of you are some of our faculty members who have joint appointments across history and environmental science, across environmental studies and sociology and anthropology, across physics and biology, across biology and psychology, then English and creative writing, English and visual arts, political science and history, history and international relations and political science. So this gives our faculty a truly interdisciplinary character. Next slide, please. The Dean Research mentioned some of the important achievements made by faculty members in research. On this slide, I'd just like to flag some of the important research projects that our faculty at Ashoka have been engaged in over the last year. I'd especially like to highlight some of the research projects that are specifically related to the ongoing COVID pandemic. For instance, Professor Ashwini Deshpande's project, and also Gautam Menon's project, both of which promise to give important or make important contributions to our understanding of the nature and the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. What are the achievements and the way forward? Akriti, can you give me the next slide, please? It's very difficult to sum up all this within 5 minutes, but just to highlight some of the important achievements made by Ashoka faculty over the last year. And of course, these are the cumulative results of many years of work and many years of achievements all coming together at this point of time. For instance, the Ashoka Department of Economics has been ranked as #1 in India per the REPEC ranking. And I'd like to point out that the #1 rank is the first among 239 institutions in India. And the Department of Economics has also been ranked among the 12.5 top departments in Asia. So this is a huge achievement that we are very proud of. Recently, we have been given the diamond rating by the iGauge ranking system. And that is an independent top ranking company that deals with the ranking and rating of colleges and universities across India. And the faculty component is a very important part of this ranking. So this is another feather in Ashoka's cap, which has come to us recently. We, of course, have plans for expansion for all our departments, but some of the departments where we are hoping to make very critical kinds of marches forward in the next couple of years are chemistry. And this is part of our plan to strengthen the sciences at Ashoka. The psychology department is another department which is headed for a significant expansion. Computer science, another area where many disciplines actually feed into and coalesce with and interface with, is yet another department where we have plans for major expansion. The Dean Research mentioned the upcoming centers at Ashoka, the Center for Interdisciplinary Archaeological Research. And I'd also like to draw your attention to other centers, new centers, China Studies, Center for Economic Data and Analysis, and the Trivedi School of Biosciences, the Ashoka Center for Economic Policy. All these centers are a very vital part of our kind of plans for the future. And these are centers where faculty at Ashoka participate, and they are an important kind of meeting point for teaching and research. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to highlight some of the achievements made by faculty over the last year. And I hope to see you soon in person, face to face. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. That was really informative, and I'm sure all of our alums would be very proud to be associated with an institute like Ashoka, the different departments, and our faculty. Thank you. Next, we have our Dean of Global Education and Strategic Programs, Dr. Vanita Shastri. Vanita is a Dean of Global Education and Strategic Programs at Ashoka. She leads global partnerships and develops prospective institutional partners, manages study abroad and student exchanges. Prior to this, she was the founding dean of the undergraduate program at Ashoka. Thank you, Vanita, and welcome.
Thank you, Akriti, and a very good morning. I hope it is beautiful in Delhi after being very cold and rainy, but I'm sure the alums are all over the world or all over India. So very nice to talk to you. I'm sure if there are some undergrads here who have graduated since 2017, I'm sure we interacted, but the Young India Fellows as well. As Akriti said, I started out as the founding dean of the undergraduate programs, and in 2017, we branched off to create a new division of global education and strategic programs. So there are really 3 offices that I work with and lead at Ashoka. And the dean faculty, Upinder Singh's point, this has been a very strange year, right? Because 2020 was a strange year. I hope this year is going to be different. We all had to move into a virtual mode right away. So as I talk about my offices, we'll see how that impacted some of our work. So one of the biggest offices that I work in is the Office of International Programs and Global Education, which really looks after a few things, right? The global experience of students, giving them the opportunity for global mobility, which includes study abroad, whether that is in the summer or in the semester. And that we have had students going out and studying since 2015, and they continue to do that. We also, our office runs these graduate information sessions, which help our students apply for graduate studies or postgraduate studies, and tracking their global experience through their undergraduate or the YF experience, and then also tracking to see what they do after has been a really exciting journey for us. The global mobility also includes opportunities for faculty. We have visiting faculty come. Our faculty go out on certain exchange programs or certain sort of study visits. We also have unique programs. So we'll have a small group of students come and study at Ashoka during the winter break or in a semester. So we manage and look after all of that. In addition, we are constantly creating unique opportunities for how our students can get more exposure or find more, research opportunities or entrepreneurship study programs. And my endeavor has always been to find more global partners across the world where student exchanges can be facilitated. And I'm happy to say that that number has been growing from 1 or 2 to now we almost have 5 schools where our students can go on student exchange. So the way this 2020 impacted our work there, of course, was that everything became virtual. So actually going abroad and studying in person got really truncated and reduced. But some of our students did take courses online, with whether it was at Stanford or Yale or other places. But also with some of our partners, a new way of working has emerged, and that is the global virtual experiences for students. And we are creating more opportunities for our students in that way. The second big office where I work and lead is our summer office, which really runs the summer semester at Ashoka. This is a standalone 6 weeks opportunity for students to take courses at Ashoka. Students do that for various reasons, as you know, it's also time for our visiting partner faculty to come and offer a joint course or a unique standalone course. Last year, we also, for the first time, created a new program called the Visiting Indian Students Program. For the first time, Ashoka's courses were offered to students in India, other students in different colleges and universities. And I think that was a very good way to share our experience and our faculty's teaching and methodology and pedagogy with students in Ashoka. The summer is also a place where we have students come from our international partners or beyond. That's under the VSP program. So we run those 2 programs, and these courses, of course, are for credit. And those opportunities are also expanding as our partners expand. The third office, which I lead, is the Office of Strategic Programs. And under that, we have the Young Scholars Program. This is a pre-college program that we run for high school students. We launched it in 2016, and I'm happy to say that it has really grown and developed. We have a lot of you undergraduates who work there. And I have to say, in 2020, we ran 4 Young Scholars Program. We expanded the 1-week program to 2 weeks. We added a winter session, and we also have added a new urban lab program that is actually today, it's its last day. It's going on right now. It's a program on social change and impact. We also do training for corporates. We have an ongoing work with Mahindra. So if any of you are working in companies and would like to have some training programs for your colleagues on liberal arts, critical thinking, and creative writing, we do a lot of that. We also train teachers and other higher education institutions and are designing community-facing programs. As you know, the Ashoka X was launched in 2020. We partnered with them to bring some of this. So I really would like our alumni to be more connected with us, engaged with us, and come and share. There are many opportunities, especially in these programs like the Young Scholars Program. If you'd like to come and share something, we'd love for you to be engaged with us. So thank you, Akriti and Venkat, for this opportunity. And I hope you all have a great day today virtually at Ashoka. And that's why I thought I'll bring you the campus behind me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vanita. Thank you for sharing those wonderful plans with us. And personally, having had the opportunity to work with you, I've learned a lot. Thank you so much. Now it's time for another jog down the memory lane. So let's hear from an alum from the founding batch of the YIF, Mahesh Dakotia. Mahesh is the founder of Bijak, India's fastest growing online platform for agriculture farmers and traders with customers across 27 states and 400 regions. Before Bijak, Mahesh was the India head for Asia Innovation Groups. He also founded an online fitness venture, MyFit, and started an electric vehicle venture, Revolt Motorcorp. Thank you, Mahesh. Welcome.
And before Mahesh comes in, I'd like to personally thank him for his generous support towards funding scholarships. Mahesh, a big shout out to you, man. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
No, thank you. Thank you so much, Ishwar and Akriti, for getting me on this platform. As Akriti said, I'm from the founding batch of YF. Ashokans do confuse me with the founding batch of Ashoka, but I would just take that as a compliment. Happy to talk, start this topic with the days before the Ashoka, before when he joined Ashoka. There were multiple reasons, it was kind of a startup. It was a startup before its MVP stage. And during that particular phase, you really, place a lot of trust on the people behind it, right? The idea, the curriculum, and the business model, and all these things do come later on. But at very initial stages, what really matters is who are the people behind this program. And that's what actually drove us to join the founding batch of Young India Fellowship. Some of the people I admired or respected throughout my life were the founders of this program. Such as Vinit Gupta or Ashish Dhawan or Pramod Sinha or Sanjeev and multiple other founders who were the backbone of India's prosperity, economic and social prosperity were behind this program. And that's something which actually drove me to join this program. The second reason was definitely my peer group from the founding batch who I really was awed by, were also joining this program, whether it was Rishabh, Sudhir, Saurav, Shruti, Raghav, etc. Right? These were the people who did phenomenal things during my undergrad, and seeing them join the program also gave me a very good boost. And the final nail in the coffin was Pramod and Anunay's session, that mesmerizing session back in Bangalore, which really wanted me to finally join the program. So that's where the initial journey of Young India Fellowship started, and I'm glad that this phenomenal, this decision in retrospect turned out to be quite phenomenal for my life overall. So that's where the genesis of the Young India Fellowship of my life started. Talking back about the last 10 years of my life, some of the aspects from Ashoka that really helped me throughout my career or throughout my personal life or overall every spectrum of my life. If I have to talk about one aspect, I would just say empathy. One word would be the empathy, right? The Young India Fellowship and the Ashoka curriculum kind of bolsters the way you can empathize with people around you, with emotions around you. and let me expand more on that. Like hard skills can take you to some extent in life because it's like quantifiable, it's tangible. You might be good at math, but there's going to be a topper who is definitely going to be good at math, or you might be very good at coding, but there's someone else who might be superior in the coding. But what really differentiates you from other people is, understanding the human psyche, and that can only be built by, taking a very diverse, exhaustive liberal arts course from spectacular set of professors and a very diverse set of peer group around. So that was one aspect which really, helped. Through the Ashoka, I was able to build that empathy kind of signal. And even if you look from a human, it's like hard skills are like the skeleton of the human body, and the liberal arts and the empathy and the human psyche is more like the flesh and blood of the human body. It just completes you. It makes you a complete person having both the things together. Uh, Also, it's like a very powerful asset you can have, if you are able to gauge, build a polygraph of the people around you, understand the customers, understand the clients, the investors, able to really gauge out the signal from the noise. And these things can only be built when you have taken some of the most courses, some of the most interesting courses like philosophy or group dynamics or sociology or history. These help you build all your, trigger the empathy receptors of the human brain. Even some of the world's well-known most successful people like Charlie Munger deeply believes in multidisciplinary thinking. It doesn't matter what's the financial analysis of a company. What matters is why is the consumer repeatedly buying your product. It's the moat. It's all those intangible factors which really drive things forward, whether it's an economic or in a social organization, whether it's a normal human sphere of life. The second aspect, learning from Ashoka, was entertaining the counter thoughts. Uh, Initially, you always look at the world from a very binary view. Although you might have your strong opinions, uh, but Ashoka, for example, there was one of my batchmates. Don't think I can name him, but he, spoke about his story, his journey, how he was, helping his friends, helping the Naxalites based out of Orissa through the legal know-hows and other things. And that gave me a perspective that sometimes not everyone is wrong. People who are countering your thought process there's something to learn from them, and that can only be learned. There's a lot to learn from people who are contrarian to a thought process. Getting into their shoes, you actually try to understand their mind, and it's a phenomenal learning that actually helps you overall in the world. So that's about the Ashoka journey, and of course, my career. Some of the first careers I had, like I had a chance of getting into VC world or the investment banking world, was also because of the support from the whole Ashoka University. Those were the aspects, and thirdly, by giving back, right? I deeply believe in the whole, getting a liberal arts course really changes your life, and I want other unprivileged people from other unprivileged background to also experience this whole what I have gone through, the whole experience of gaining knowledge from one of the best professors or the best faculty and the best peer group all over the world. And I would be glad if more and more people can come forward and contribute in whatever way possible for the Ashoka community. So yeah, that's a background. Happy to speak, Akriti, if you want me to take on any of these things.
Thank you, Mahesh. Your journey has been really inspiring for a lot of us, as I can ascertain from our mentorship program that we run for students. And Ashoka, like personally, Ashoka provides such a great platform to meet fellows across, students across the board. So I met Mahesh during the first reunion that I had the privilege to attend. So like these connections are really very, very nice. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us today. Okay,
Thanks a
so
lot.
next
Bye.
we have a small surprise. We have Apple Cello, the ever so cheerful a cappella group of Ashoka University, they have put together a special performance for all alums and all our panelists today. So let's have a look.
Robert's got a quick hand. He will look around the room, he won't tell you his plans. He's got a rolled cigarette hanging out his mouth. He's a cowboy kid and he found a six-shooter's gun in his dad's closet, oh, with a box of fun things I don't even know what. But he's coming for you, yeah, he's coming for you. All the other kids with hometown kicks, you better run, outrun my time. All the other kids with hometown kicks, you better run, faster than my bullet. Doo doo, doo doo, doo doo doo. I got sick and tired of everything when I called you last night from Glasgow. All I do is eat and sleep and sing, wishing every show was the last show.
So imagine now it's glad to hear you're coming. Suddenly I feel alright. And it's gonna be so different when I'm on the stage tonight.
Tonight the super trooper lights are gonna find me shining like the sun, smiling, having fun, feeling like a number one. Tonight the super trooper beams are gonna blind me, but I won't feel blue. Like I always do, 'cause somewhere in the crowd there's you.
A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I'll be fine. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, the Lord knows it. Oh, the Lord knows it. Left better behind to be fine. Take mama, turn another blind eye. Yeah, 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 yeah. Left better behind to be fine. Left your note on the wall. Don't worry, I'm not gonna call. We made it pretty clear. And I know there's no lie here. I'll be fine, yeah. I'll be fine, yeah. Oh, the good Lord knows I left better behind to be fine. Take mama, turn another blind eye. Yeah, 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 yeah. I left better behind to be fine. I know you had a thing for that day. You dropped that and poured the shade. I would've never left only to provoke me. I know that would only get you my vote. Hey, ooh, I'll be fine, yeah. I'll be fine, yeah. Oh, the good Lord knows I left better behind to be fine. Me and my mama turn another blind eye. Yeah, 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 yeah. I left better behind to be fine. Left better behind to be fine.
That was a small glimpse of the amazing talent that we have at Ashoka. I can't wait to be back on campus. It's really, really motivating to be surrounded by talent like that. All right. Next, we move on to our guest session. Unlearning with Dr. Shashi Tharoor. Critical engagement with the community and bringing about tangible and real positive impact on society are some of the core guiding principles that drive all our endeavors. Today, we have with us one such political leader who has decades of experience. He's here to shed better light on how we can continue on this path. Dr. Shashi Tharoor will be talking to Cheshta Kochar. She's from the YF batch of 2017, and she has worked with the Office of Advisor to PM of India, Office of Minister for Human Resource Development, and the founding team Aadhaar at UIDAI. I'd now request our Chancellor, Professor Rudrangshu Mukherjee, to please introduce his dear friend, Dr. Shashi Tharoor.
Shashi, thank you so much for being here today. It's a very momentous occasion for Ashoka University. It's our first alumni day. We are an institution that is just nearing 10 years. So it's wonderful to have you. And for me personally, because we go back a very long way. We have been friends for more than I can remember. And only one thing I like to add, I wouldn't like to pigeonhole Shashi Tharoor as a political leader. He is much more than that. He's an author, I think one of India's most outstanding public speakers on a variety of subjects. And he's also a very dear and a loyal friend. So welcome, Shashi Tharoor. Yours to take away this morning.
Thank you so much, Rudrangshu, for those very kind words. And really, it's a pleasure to be with you and be with Ashoka. I've spoken once or maybe twice physically on the campus, and it's good to be connected with your alumni virtually. So namaskar to everyone and happy Alumni Day.
Thank you, Dr.
You might want to mute everybody else, so we'll have some trouble hearing each other.
All right. Thank you, Professor Rudrangshu. Dr. Shashi Tharoor, welcome once again. You obviously don't need any introduction, but just for the pride I will take in being able to introduce, let me go ahead and make a short introduction. Dr. Shashi Tharoor is a third-term member of the parliament at Thiruvananthapuram. He's the best-selling author of over 20 books, both fiction and non-fiction, besides being former Undersecretary General of the United States and a former Minister of State for HRD, as well as External Affairs for the Government of India. He has won numerous awards, including the Pravasi Bharatiya Samman, Commonwealth Writers' Prize, and the Crossword Lifetime Achievement Award. In 2019, Dr. Tharoor was also awarded the Sahitya Academy Award in the category of English Nonfiction for his book An Era of Darkness. He chairs Parliamentary Standing Committee on Information Technology and has recently released his latest book, The Battle of Belonging. Dr. Tharoor, welcome once again to the 10th alumni reunion of the Young India Fellowship at Ashoka and the first of Ashoka. It's an absolute pleasure to have you with us as we complete nearly a decade of learning and unlearning. I know the audience has been waiting for this time for you, so I'm going to jump straight into it. The next 1 hour is very interestingly and aptly titled by Akriti as Unlearn with Dr. Shashi Tharoor. So let me start this conversation there. Please tell us something that you learned or unlearned about yourself in the past year that has been a rather unique 2020.
Well, I was going to try and answer that when you began the question by talking about some of the things I've learned and unlearned having come into politics. But since you ask about 2020, I would say that in some ways I've realized, which I probably didn't need realizing because I've been a sort of work magnet ever since I was a kid, that what could and should perhaps have been a relatively tranquil period in my life has turned out to be busier than ever. And so what I've learned really is there seems to be no escaping from the onerous demands that come in an era of virtual communications, because at least in the old days when I thought I was overprogrammed and overstretched and overtired, I couldn't deliver a speech in Hyderabad on the same day that I could deliver it in Pune, and so I could say no to one of the invitations. But in 2020, You could do 5 of them organized by people in 5 different cities on the same day. And the excuse that you were somewhere else no longer applied. So I ended up delivering probably more speeches in 2020 than in the preceding 5 years, which is not necessarily a good thing because you find yourself to some degree repeating yourselves, and sometimes just tired of hearing yourself speak. But when Rudrangshu, my good friend, invited me to be part of your first alumni day, I couldn't say no. So another thing I've learned about myself is that I don't say no enough, perhaps. But anyway, I'm very pleased to be with all of you. And Ashoka has done such remarkable work in turning out a new kind of Indian undergraduate. Really, this is something which I'm very pleased about because I've been a long and somewhat ignored advocate of liberal education in the classic sense. And I do think that Ashoka exemplifies it in a way that very few institutions still do, in an era where everyone wants to be a scientist or a doctor or an engineer, or worst of all, a computer specialist. So good to be with all of you Ashoka students and alums today.
Thank you, Dr. Tharoor. You mentioned you wanted to also reflect on your political career and what you unlearned. I don't want to miss that opportunity at all. So why don't you go ahead and tell us what have you learned or unlearned about your political career? And also, like Dr. Rudranshu said, we don't want to pigeonhole you into being a politician. So in your life, what have you learned? And
oh God, that would take up far too long. Let me try and give you sort of headline answers on the first thing. I mean, I think the first thing I learned when I came into Indian politics was that I could do it at all. When I said yes to being invited to contest for a Lok Sabha seat, I had really no idea what I was getting into. And it turned out to be the hardest thing I'd ever done. And I believe me, I've been to a few hard situations, served the United Nations in wars while they were raging, dealt with numerous member states around the world. But coming into a Lok Sabha campaign in the hottest month of the year and discovering that 18-hour days could stretch into 23-hour days and yet be up with a smile on your face and ready to campaign the next day, and that very many people on your own side were also trying to get you down, that was quite an experience. And I have to say that I think the first discovery, the first learning was that I could do it at all. And I think many people who come from a sort of typical middle-class, educated, urban, professional background, as I did, will know what I'm talking about, because it really isn't something that you can do until you try and do it. And the second thing I learned is when various people went after me after my triumph in the elections, and I suffered more than the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune that normally come in your first year of anything. I mean, I don't know whether Ashoka suffers from Delhi University's ailment of ragging, but we're all used to being ragged in the first few months of a new task. But I was ragged for about a year, and I ended up resigning from the government after a series of unfounded accusations. It looked as if anything I said, anything I did could be twisted maliciously and turned against me. And that was first of all, a learning experience that could happen. And then a learning experience to know that I could, in the end, survive, deal with it. Many people expected me to just quit in disgust and leave Indian politics altogether and leave India altogether. But I felt that I had made a very difficult, very major decision to give up a lot of things in my previous life, to return to India and commit myself to working at the Indian ground level. And I was determined to at least be loyal to my own judgment. And taking one thing at a stride, I was able to, one thing at a time, and taking the adversities in stride, I was able to turn that lemon into lemonade by leaving the foreign ministry, which I was thoroughly enjoying myself at. I found myself being able to become a good constituency MP, which is not something that would have otherwise come naturally to me. And that again, I think, and then my return to government was a vindication of sorts. And then I suppose the third hardest learning in politics came around the time of the death of my late wife, when the most incredible to me, I mean, unbelievably incredible accusations were made and were given currency by certain opportunistic television anchors. And it seems that even the authorities, the police, could not move away from the atmosphere that have been created. And again, to be able to deal with that is something you don't know you can do until you actually have to. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy, but I'm standing 6 years later, while the tortuous and torturous processes of justice wend their way forward through the court system. I've learned a lot about resilience, about being true to yourself, and about the great strength that a clear conscience gives you. I mean, I will say that it's very clear that public life involves exposure to a lot of unfounded accusations that many people have to go through. Some of the veteran politicians just say, well, this is par for the course. I didn't come from that background. I wasn't prepared for any of this. I certainly wasn't expecting the kinds of things that I had to go through. But I think at the end, that sort of thick skin that you develop and that inner resilience is so important for whatever you do in life, that it became a useful learning from the adversities of politics. So I would say those are the things. Now, there are more trivial learnings in the political thing about how what you say doesn't matter. It's what people hear that matters. So that don't say your own good intentions are never a good enough excuse, because in fact, as long as what you said can be twisted or misrepresented to mean something else, then that's all that matters. It doesn't mean what you intended to say. That's a useful learning for people in public spaces. And I learned it with things like cattle class, which to this day is cited against me, even though the phrase, well precedes me, doesn't mean what the critics say it meant, and was used by the person who asked me the question, Mr. Minister, will you travel in cattle class? So all of those things are forgotten. And even as recently as an event yesterday, a BJP supporter said, Mr. Tharoor disparages our message as cattle class. And I said, no, it's an expression used to disparage the airlines for herding us in like cattle. The expression is 30 years old. I didn't invent it. I didn't call our people cattle. But, I can go till I'm blue in the face. That is now stuck as a new received wisdom. So always be careful what you say. It's a sad maxim, because I'm somebody who relishes words, enjoys the beauty, the magic, the humor that words make possible. And I've had to curb a lot of my instincts. And that's probably the final superficial learning, is that sometimes you have to curb your enthusiasm if you want to survive in the contemporary world. So that's just a few lessons at random. We can explore some of them more deeply if you want, but that's roughly the big and the small of it.
Well, that sounds as enriching as tough as a listener. So seeing you on the other side of the table is just very heartening. I do want to pick on one theme that you mentioned, which will resonate with the audiences attending this session, is how a person from an urban, educated, middle class transitioned into politics. And as we read your career also, you've been an academic at Fletcher, then you were a career professional at the UN. So you've really spent a lot of time building your intellectual capital before you went on to build your social capital for politics, which is very unusual for Indian politics. As a lot of people who are audiences into this session from a similar background, urban, middle class, educated, no dynasty in politics, want to enter to service the country. Some of the events that you mentioned are events, but as a strategic thinking, and if you don't want a lot of people to be leaving and never returning, then what are some of the things that you think will be helpful for people before entering the politics to work on?
Well, there's so many different answers to that question, Jayeshta, because it depends, first of all, when you speak of entering politics, what kind of politics? If you're looking at elective office, running for a state assembly or running for the national parliament, that requires in many ways a different set of skills, from being a kind of respected thinker in a party and getting a Rajya Sabha seat or something like that, where you don't have to be daily responsive to the, frankly, very often trivial demands of your voters. And I would have to say that you're right that I spent a lot of my life in trying to juggle, if you like, the world of conclusions and the world of decisions. The conclusions are the intellectual conclusions you come to from discussing an issue, analyzing it, studying it, reading about it, and understanding it intellectually. And the decisions are usually decisions you take in the policy arena when you've understood the issue, but you've also had to understand the dimensions, first, of its impact on people, second, of the way it is perceived by others, and third, of the political consequences, none of which are relevant to a purely intellectual analysis. So juggling the two, even, for example, in my UN career, I was writing all the time in my own time, but I didn't write very much. I will explain in a minute what the exception was, but I didn't write very much to do with my work. I wrote a lot about India. My books were all about India because that was safe ground for an Indian citizen working at the UN, since anything else I wrote about could potentially have caused me trouble with other member states. Being a citizen of a democracy, I could write books about India and particularly write fiction without being troubled in that area. But what I did do in terms of giving myself some intellectual satisfaction from my work was writing a few scholarly journal articles on things I was interested in about the UN's work. And there were essentially two areas. One was peacekeeping, on which for a short while in the 90s, I would say less than a decade, I became a kind of recognized global authority because I was one of just 3 civilians, I beg your pardon, 5 civilians and 3 military when the peacekeeping staff were working at the end of the Cold War. And then we suddenly expanded dramatically when so many new peacekeeping operations were born that I kind of rose with it. And we went from being, as I said, 5 civilians and 3 military at headquarters to about 880 at headquarters and about 80,000 troops in the field. And it suddenly became a dramatic transformation. And I was somebody who was not only working in that process, making decisions, writing cables, writing policy notes, going to the Security Council and the Secretary General and so on all these issues. But I also imagined, and people made me imagine, that I had the intellectual capital to try and make sense of it. So I wrote a number of articles in journals of political science and peacekeeping studies and that sort of thing, the journal Survival, published by the International Institute of Strategic Studies, some of the scholarly journals, and help define or try and give some shape to the concepts of peacekeeping and how they were being stretched and expanded during this period. And it was very much like painting, shall we say, a moving vehicle. The situation was evolving even while I was analyzing and describing it. But that kind of intellectual satisfaction was available. And then when it came to one other area of interest in which I was not directly involved, but only indirectly, human rights. I did some writing on the then controversial question of whether human rights were universal or not. The Nordic Journal of International Law and World Politics Review and a couple of others have pieces from me on that theme. So those were the only areas really where intellectually I engaged with my work. Otherwise, I did my work on the one hand, and I wrote in my spare time or on flights or on weekends about India. That was it. Coming back to India and to Indian politics was an interesting challenge. Politics, or the stuff, the daily warp and woof of politics, is not, for the most part, intellectually satisfying. Constituents will come to you looking for jobs, for transfers, for placements for their children, for opportunities here and there, for loan interest to be waived, ultimately we have created a culture in our politics where things that in most Western democracies would be considered inappropriate and even unethical for a political representative to intervene in are actually the things that an India political representative is expected to intervene. So it's so amusing. When I write a letter to a State Bank of India saying so-and-so constituent of mine, you have transferred him to such and such place, but he has an aged mother and a dying father and a pregnant wife in such and such place, and can you transfer him to this place or transfer him back to his hometown, whatever it may be. Now, if I had done that as a Washington-based congressman, I would have been out of a job the moment that letter leaked. So you've got a very different set of assumptions in India, but in India, by not doing it, in fact, the famous story in Kerala politics is about the chief minister's constituent was going to Washington and wanted to have a meeting with President Bill Clinton and said, will you write me a letter to Bill Clinton introducing me and asking for him to meet me? Now, perhaps a more sensible, educated, professional person would have said, listen, this is not realistic. It doesn't work this way. My letter won't even reach the president. If at all you had an official person, a reason to see the president, you'll have to go through the Indian embassy and they may or may not decide to convey your request. There are procedures and so on. Instead of doing that, this chief minister friend of mine very wisely said, I don't care what the Americans who get my letter think about me. They let them think I'm an idiot if they want to. But my constituent must not go away feeling that I have not fulfilled his request. So he wrote a letter to Bill Clinton, gave a copy to the constituent, put the original in the post. And of course, the guy never got the appointment, but he left feeling my chief minister has done this for me. That's Indian politics, and that's something which you will not find intellectually satisfying with an Ashoka education, but which you may well find worth thinking about when you contemplate elective political life. So what I did was to find intellectual satisfaction out of the realm of politics. I started writing about the bigger picture of politics, having benefited from the internal experience of the grassroots, of being a grassroots politician. And that's why I have produced a few books which have looked at politics as a few politicians have, in the sense that my book, The Paradoxical Prime Minister, is a study of Prime Minister Modi's first term, which I dare say came out faster than any academic study has done. And at the same time is informed by my own engagement with some of these debates. And my recent book, The Battle of Belonging, takes up some of the recent developments of Indian politics in terms of defining nationhood, in terms of describing critics and dissidents as anti-national and so on, and uses that as a peg to explore the entire question of what is nationalism conceptually, theoretically, and in practice around the world and in India, in our constitution and in our political practice. So it has been for me an intellectually satisfying experience to write it, but at the same time, it was something which I wrote because, or informed by, my passionate engagement with these debates as an opposition MP. And so you'll find your intellectual satisfaction. If you can't find it in your work, you can create it around your work.
That's a good response. Thank you, Dr. Tharoor. I just want to quickly mention to the audiences, you can start pouring in your questions. We'll be opening the floor for questions in another 2 minutes. And I will ask you a pointed question, at least for in context of what you said. You worked with several young professionals, including from Ashoka University and the likes of us, so to say. In your observation, what are the strengths we can lean on, given our background, academic and sociocultural background, for a successful political career or a successful policy career? And what are some of the weaknesses that we should be mindful of to start working on?
Okay, so the fact is, I'm very proud of my working relationship with a number of young people. The average age in my office in Delhi is actually just about 24. I take people right out of their graduation very often, and a number of my close assistants have either had no prior full-time work experience or just a couple of years, and have come to me partly because I've seen in them the kinds of qualities that I believe I need to run my office, and partly because they want to gain the experience, which means I get top-notch professionals who will go on, I'm sure, to stellar careers, and one or two whom already have, for far, far less than they deserve financially, because I can only afford to pay them, what I can make from my government salary and my writing royalties, neither of which is terribly high. But I managed so far to attract some very good talent, and I can tell you what their strengths are. Their strengths, first of all, are they have a brain. They've come out of a good education for the most part. And because they have a brain, they can quickly understand issues and deal with them, respond to them, analyze them, reply to letters and communications in a way that I can relate to and engage with, and as I expect from them. Secondly, I think they have an intellectual ability. You see, the typical aide to an Indian politician is a long-serving Delhi Sarkari type. And I don't mean to say this offensively. Some of them have a lot of smarts, but their greater strength is in knowing how things work and knowing other people like that than in any sort of intellectual grasp of the system. Whereas because I have people who perhaps don't know the government that well, but have the intellectual equipment to understand the issues, I get very useful support. I get quick research done for my speeches in Parliament. I get the kinds of analysis and writing done for me that the typical Sarkari Babu private secretary would not be able to do. And when you look at some of the people I've had working with me, I've had Manu Pillai, who's gone on to be a wonderfully respected, popular historian, published 3 books already. I've had a former McKinsey employee called Yashashri Soman, who wanted to leave the world of management consulting and look into public policy, and she worked with me. I've had Raghav Sharma, who came to me from Deloitte, and as subsequently, after a couple of years of doing outstanding work, I realized he needed his salary in pounds sterling that he abandoned to come to me, so he's gone back to London. And now I have John Koshi, who started off as an intern right out of college, just did research for me, and then started writing draft speeches and things like that. And I found him so good, we kept him on full time, and then he moved into the sort of chief of staff slot that Raghav vacated. And he's only joined me with the intention of getting some experience before going on to graduate school himself. So all of these things suggest that young people bring qualities to my work and to my office that I'm very privileged to have. I mean, I'd be very happy if John stayed on, for example, longer than the graduate schools might want him to, because I actually feel that that I can afford to relax a little bit in my own level of work and preparation when I know I've got backup from a person of that quality. And that kind of thing is why I value with young people. Now, you ask what the weaknesses are. The first weakness is obviously insufficient life experience. That's something which partly I hope I can compensate for, because I feel I've probably had quite a lot of life experience for one lifetime, maybe more than one lifetime's worth. But the compensatory negative is that they don't have any experience of how the government system actually works. I do keep one retired Sarkari type person around in my office to be a fixer, the guy who knows who to call when there is an issue at the airport or at the railway station, or at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, or at a hospital or a clinic, or the parliament bureaucracy, or whatever. Somebody who knows who to call, what to do, how to get it done, who can go off and function in a local environment that many of these smart young graduates are not able to. So I do keep this person on, and that's where I find it possible to compensate for. And then finally, that is choices for public policy are ultimately largely dictated by politics. That is, by a calculation based on public needs and preferences and practical awareness of what is doable and acceptable. Now, that's something it's often unfair to demand from a 23, 24-year-old. But conversely, when I can say to a young person, listen, I have an invitation, for example, to go off and appear on such and such show, or to be interviewed by such and such comedian, or whatever, these are people who mean nothing to me in my daily life, but for them, they understand very quickly what the audience is for this kind of comedian, or for that kind of show, or this kind of website, whether it's worth doing, not doing. And I'm often following their judgment. So, it's actually my young staff who persuaded me to do that stand-up comedy on Amazon, which sort of in some ways added an unexpected dimension to my reputation in this country. But I trusted them because on 2 previous occasions, the same staff had said, don't do X comedian or X kind of format, because we've seen those shows and they would not be right for you. And when this came along, they said, this would work, this is worth doing. Show them the funny side of your personality. So again, everyone's experience, everyone's judgment varies, and the judgment of the young people has its own value as well.
Thank you. What I'm hearing is we do bring brains, and I hope more and more political leaders are open to accepting that. And meanwhile, it'll do us good for success in the policy and political career to develop a knowledge of the government systems so that your reliance on the fixer also reduces over time. We have some questions coming in from the audience, and sure. Some of the repeating themes that are coming in is that in recent years, we've seen an extreme polarization in the world. and has not served anybody well. So as people are making choices to engage with the government, whether as a citizen or as a professional, how much weightage should they give to the ideologies of the ruling government versus the specific project or the specific work that they want to get engaged with?
Well, it's difficult, frankly, not to be aware. If you're an intelligent thinking person, as obviously all of you are, very difficult not to be aware of the ideology of the ruling government. Now, that is not to say that everything must always be seen through that prism, but many things can. It's very difficult to be objective about the Citizenship Amendment Act proposal without being conscious of the political agenda that undergirds it and the political implications of disqualifying just people of one particular religion from a fast track being made available to others. On the other hand, let's say something like a Swachh Bharat campaign. Cleanliness has no ideology, and it should be possible to execute a project like that professionally without thinking about the ideology of the government. So the answer to that question will depend on a case-to-case basis. But most of the big sort of policy things emerge from a certain view of the world that the government has, and it's difficult to avoid that. And many of the sort of relatively, shall we say, policy neutral things, things that can be explained or justified purely in terms of efficiencies, those things can be seen perhaps more easily without an ideological prism. But I would say for most decisions of government, the balance is about 60-40, with 60 going towards the ideological proclivities of a government, because the government's decisions are often through that particular prism.
I remember in some interviews you mentioned that when you decided to enter politics, several parties approached you, and your choice was based on what spoke to you at an ideological level. But that is when you were joining at an elective system. We are probably getting questions at a micro system, at an individual level, as a young professional, when we have a chance to contribute, say as a consultant with a political leader or a minister, or as you know, on volunteer time on the field. Should the ideology of the government factor in there, or just that micro opportunity, if I may use the word, of contributing to public service take precedence at the, and I'm giving the specific context, at the stage we are at?
So at the stage where we, just rephrase the last part of that. Sorry, I saw a question coming in on the Q&A that I foolishly typed an answer to. I will now stop looking at them and just listen to you, because you're fielding them very ably. Just repeat the last part of that.
No problem. I'm just saying at the stage that young professionals are, so between the ages of 25, 35, 40, when they're at the same time building their professional trajectories, at that time when they have these micro opportunities to contribute on the field, whether through consulting contracts or just direct volunteering, at that time should the ideologies of the government factor in so much, or just the opportunity of contributing in the limited way that we can?
Again, I would say it depends on what the particular issue is. Exactly the same answer I gave last time. Look, if you are, for example, a professional accounting firm and the government asks you to check the accounts of a particular project, I don't see any problem in you doing that. If you are somebody who does sort of independent analyses of things, and you're asked to conduct some sort of social audit or impact assessment on a particular government project, I don't see a problem doing that. The issue comes up if your opportunities relate to things which you're uncomfortable with conceptually or ideologically. And there can be such things depending on what they ask you to do. Now, where I would draw distinctions, for example, when I was invited by Prime Minister Modi to be one of his initial group of 7 ambassadors, quote unquote, for the Swachh Bharat campaign, I was excoriated by many in my own party and on the left for taking that on, saying that I was basically enabling a reprehensible government to do something. And I disagreed vehemently, saying that I genuinely thought, first of all, this was a policy about politics. Secondly, that Mahatma Gandhi, no less, before independence, had said that sanitation is more important than freedom. So, I mean, that's the extent to which the goal of a clean India has existed in our consciousness, and therefore it goes it's not incompatible with my ideology. And then third, what I did was, in the project that I undertook as my commitment to this role, I made it a point to clean up a particular stretch of seafront or beach in a Muslim area, and enlist the local population to join me in cleaning it, so that if at all there was any ideological discomfort on anybody's part, it could have been dispelled by seeing these were young people of the very minority that was perceived as being beleaguered by BJP rule, coming out with the blessings of their local Jamaat. I took care of that as well, and joining a Congress MP in doing something that, after all, they were waking up and looking at the filth outside, they would have a cleaner environment to focus on. So in that kind of thing, I would say you can somehow, not somehow, you can justify a sort of ideologically neutral intervention, while at the same time address some of the ideological concerns by the manner in which you fulfill your obligations to do this. That kind of thing is always possible. But I would say to young people, judge on the basis of what it is you have an opportunity to do. But obviously, anything that directly involves political support or political enabling of the ruling party, you can only do if you feel comfortable with the beliefs, philosophies, and convictions of that ruling party. Otherwise, you're being untrue to yourself, which is the worst thing any one of us can be, right?
That's a fair response, and very insightful also, that important to kind of really harp on the opportunities that we get, but be very mindful of how it affects our conscience. I want to kind of draw the focus out a little bit at a global stage in view of the recent events without commenting on them. We have some questions coming up on what you think is the changing position of India on the global platform. Not just in the past 1 year, but over nearly the past decade. And if there is anything on those issues that we should be concerned about or optimistic about.
Well, it's a bit frustrating because, you know, I take some pride and credit in having been I think almost certainly the first person to start talking about the soft power of India way back at the turn of the millennium. And I did so with the blessings of the originator of the concept, Professor Joseph Nye at Harvard. And I really was celebrating the fact that India had managed to brand itself on the world stage as a country with sort of a better story to tell than the ostensibly more successful China, which, despite its GDP growth and so on, had really become a country which was reprehensible in its treatment of minorities and its treatment of various categories of people. Its repression, its lack of democracy, its disabling of dissent, etc. And that, to my mind, was something well worth celebrating. Then, as we all know, there's been a bit of a change. And now it does mortify me to see that what was clearly heading India's way as a global narrative, that liberal democracy can take roots and flourish in a quote unquote third world country, in a developing country, that there is no better example of the successful management of vast diversities than a country like India. When those narratives are going along so smoothly, we go right on the other side and elect a government that does not see diversity as a strength, but rather bemoans it as a weakness, wishes to deny it, wishes to eradicate it. A government which, by its own conduct or the conduct that it condones, and often it's difficult to tell the difference because they're often done in the name of the same parivar, but the conduct that it condones has earned itself a very, very bad press internationally. I mean, it's sad because, I lived abroad for the longest time. My gosh, apart from being born abroad and moving back to India 2.5, I went to graduate school at the age of 19 and only returned at the age of 52 and almost 53. So when I think about it, I spent 34 years nearly in an international environment. And I read wonderful things about the Indian media, except for that very initial period when the emergency was on, when none of us were particularly fond of what was going on in India. Ever since then, India has been treated with absolute affection in the world press. And now to see that you can't pick up a newspaper in a Western democracy without reading something really sad, negative, and unpleasant about our country is a matter of chagrin. And I know because I talk, a number of the international visitors who come through this country often seek me out. Many of them have known me in my previous life as a UN official. And what they have to say about how they perceive India is rather dismaying. And it's troubling too, because many of these are people from countries which genuinely want and value a partnership with India. But they keep telling us, don't make it so difficult for us to be your friends. Don't put us in a position where a partnership with you would be seen as invidious rather than something we can celebrate in the world, because of the bad name India is getting for things like Islamophobia, xenophobia, mistreatment of minorities, stifling of democracy, curbing of autonomous institutions. Now, all of these things, I know that some of you would well be inclined to say, look, this is exaggerated. We live in India, it's not that bad. I always point out, listen, the very fact that I'm able to make the speeches I make and write the articles and books I write shows you that we're still a democracy. There is still space for us to challenge what's going on. But that doesn't negate the fact that it is going on. And that is what, of course, the rest of the world sees and objects to.
I'm hearing there's a lot to be concerned about. At the same time, there's a lot to be optimistic about, and we have our respective spaces to still make a difference. You've spoken at length about some of the things through which we can make a difference, kind of really taking ownership of our respective fields, seizing opportunities without compromising on our conscience, and really being out there and harping and leaning on our strengths. We're almost close to end of this conversation, which I have very much enjoyed. But I do welcome you for your final remarks, Dr. Tharoor, to the audience now, if any. And especially if on the note, because I personally love ending it on the notes of habits, that as you have juggled being a writer, being a politician, being a career official, being an academic, a lot of habits have gone into this. A lot of discipline must have gone into this. What are some of the parting notes on habits and discipline that you can leave us with?
Discipline, there is no escape from. And I think you've discovered that already as undergraduate at Ashoka. Ultimately, all of us are expected to fulfill our own obligations, whether it's writing a paper in our own time, whether it's reading up to be better prepared for a class or a seminar. I mean, once you get to the level of college, you discover whether you're capable of fulfilling your own obligations to yourself and to the responsibilities you've undertaken. It's also a time to discover yourself as a human being, which means exploring extracurricular interests, social habits, all of those things. And I'm not saying you should be a swot or a nerd. You can certainly give yourself the time to enjoy all of those things as well. But ultimately, you have to very quickly decide what is the most important. If getting an A grade in all your papers is your objective, then do what it takes to achieve that first and spend the remaining time on things that give you pleasure. Sometimes there will be more time remaining because you did your work efficiently and well. Sometimes there'll be less time than you thought you would have, and you may have to then make sacrifices. To live is very often to choose. Maybe the movie you were looking forward to going to the opening of, you'll have to put off to another time because this paper, damn it, has to be turned into the professor tomorrow. Maybe a party with friends will have to be skipped because you have obligations to read something, otherwise you can't make a meaningful contribution in class the next day. So that kind of thing, the habit of discipline, of prioritizing, and of developing a sense of responsibility to the important yardsticks and tasks you've set yourself, those are things you acquire at this stage of your life. And I urge you all never to forget how important that is. Secondly, I do believe that one very useful skill is a skill to be able to communicate, which means not just to be a very good intellect, to learn well, read well, understand issues, but be able to share your understanding with others. If you are somebody who doesn't enjoy being on a public stage, I would say two things. First, practice by just having intelligent conversations with friends in which you explain to them the kinds of things that you need to one day to explain to an audience. Second, go ahead and try it. There's no better way than overcoming fear or nervousness or insecurity about things like a public audience than actually addressing them and seeing for yourself what it feels like, what you're good at, what you're bad at, what works with an audience, what doesn't work. Put up with some failures, and that is a third very big point. Almost nobody in the world who has succeeded hasn't known some failure in the past. And so be prepared not to be knocked out by failure. Knocked down, yes, but pick yourself up again and move on. We'll all have failures, and we've already begun this conversation by talking about some of mine. But the important thing is to realize that if you have enough faith in yourself, pick yourself up and keep going on. And the final message, which really applies to people of all ages, but which I never tire of repeating, is the best thing that you can do is never to let yourself down. Know yourself, know what you're capable of, and that you'll only find out by trying, including trying some things and realizing you're not capable of them. Not everybody has the same talents. Not everybody's going to come first in class or score A pluses or win the 100-meter dash or whatever, but every one of us has the capacity to understand how far we can stretch ourselves, and all of us can stretch ourselves beyond where we were yesterday. That's simple human nature. And once you do that, just be the best you that you can possibly be. Nobody else can be you better than you can be. So if you can focus on being the best you that you can possibly be, the rest will take care of itself. The best version of you is what other people will need to rely on. And that, I think, to my mind, is probably the final word that I would leave you all with. Ultimately, education has never been just about books, about papers, about grades. It's also been about the kind of mind you develop, your ability to cope with the unfamiliar, your ability to handle adversity, to develop resilience, and all of this at the end comes down to getting the best out of yourself. I wish you all great luck in doing that.
Thank you, Dr. Tharoor. This was the most apt ending you could have given to us as we complete 10 years in an institution that's mission is to help to bring the best out of us. I do want to invite Professor Rudranshu to close this with his remarks, since he's gotten you to be with us. And I really enjoyed this conversation, and I hope the audience loved it as much as I did. Thank you.
Thank you, Chestan. I hope you enjoyed your work in the PM's office and all of that. Sounds fascinating.
I did.
Very good. Good luck in your own next stages of career.
Thank you, Dr. Tharoor.
Professor Rudranshu Mukherjee is muted. He doesn't realize it.
Shashi, I'll be very brief. That was just superb. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
That is so kind, Rudranshu. Thank you. Much appreciated. And good luck to all of you.
Thank you, Shashi.
Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Cheshta. Thank you, Dr. Tharoor. Thank you, Professor Mukherjee, for being here with us today. And I really hope our alums found this session extremely helpful and used this advice in all spheres of their life. Thank you so much. So next, we'll move on to our center's showcase. So Ashoka University's focus on multidisciplinary education is evident through the various centers which thrive on collaboration and shared expertise for the advancement of teaching, research, advocacy, and engagement. Here we have an update from 3 of our very promising centers. The first one is the Center for Social and Behavior Change. So, Pawan is with us. So Pawan Mamidi is the director of the Center for Social and Behavior Change at Ashoka. Previously, he was the director of the Center for Experimental Social Sciences at Flame University. Welcome, Pawan.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's
Hi, Pawan. I think we're not able to hear you. Yes, now, yes. Thank you.
All right, let me. It's such an honor and a privilege to be here with all of you. At the very outset, the Center for Social and Behavior Change was founded by Ashoka University in collaboration with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, with a very generous grant from them. And the big ambition for the Center for Behavior and Change, Center for Social and Behavior Change, is to basically start the first nudge unit in the country. So who are we? We are fundamentally a research center that seeks to apply empirical methods in understanding human irrationality. And we have special tools and techniques to do that, and apply that to the end of providing policy advice to the government or to other bodies with a view to changing behavior, with a view to producing desirable behavior changes which can have ameliorative effects in society. That's who we are in a nutshell. But let me sort of at the very outset start off by telling you a little about why behavioral economics and why behavioral science is really exciting, and how the center at Ashoka University is the sort of the vanguard of this movement in India. So economics and social sciences has been steeped in this really dubious assumption that human behavior is driven by pure rationality. Rationality has been defined in a variety of ways, ranging from the application of the principle of non-contradiction, from mathematics to pure selfishness in the political economy sphere. But the assumption has been that individuals make decisions purely on the basis of a rational choice and so on. And then came in the psychologists who said, this is absurd. Human beings actually don't behave in this particular manner. And we need to, sort of turn the theory on its head and then examine empirically, go out into the field again and examine how individuals really make their decisions. And they used experiments to, in some sense, in an indubitable manner, discover that human beings are much more than rational. So one of the key sort of things that has happened in the history of ideas of behavior science is the following, and that is, merely because individuals are capable of rational thought, it does not necessarily imply that they apply it all the time. So thus was born the field of behavioral economics. There were a couple of Nobel Prizes that were won. Daniel Kahneman, who wrote this really influential book called Thinking Fast and Thinking Slow. Then came the influential book written by Cass Sunstein and Richard Taylor called Nudge, How to Nudge Behavior, and so on. So the literature sort of burgeoned, and behavioral economics and behavioral science became really popular. And governments then started creating behavioral centers in their respective countries to influence policy. And that's where our ambition comes from. Our ambition is to start the first nudge unit in the country and use empirical methods to try and solve some really intractable problems. So what are the different types of problems that we try to solve? Take, for instance, our involvement with the health ministry in the country. We work very, very closely with the government of India, with Niti Aayog. And some of the problems that we work with are very urgent and very important and deal with veritable human tragedies. So take for instance, the problem of child nutrition. We are pretty low in international rankings in terms of the kind of nutrition that children get. So now we are working on the question of how to get to change the behavior of parents so that they give more diversified diets to kids who are 6 months or older. That's a problem statement that we are working on. So we go out into the districts, we spend time at the rural level, we collect a lot of data, come back and design potential interventions that can change the behavior of parents. That's an instance, or one instance of a problem that we're working on. Second example, we are working on how to get parents, for instance, to increase the uptake of HPV vaccines in West Bengal. HPV vaccines seek to address the problem of cervical cancer, and they deal with sexuality of young women, and that's a taboo area. So now the challenge for us is to see how we can get the health system to try and translate this message into households to get people to take HPV vaccine. That's a huge issue that we are working on. Then we are also working on problems relating to privacy. There's this fantastic project that we have on privacy, and our sponsor for this project is Omidyar Network. The idea is to try and discover what are the choices that people make when they seek to gain some benefits on the internet, and what are the kinds of pieces of information that they're willing to give in exchange, and whether they're being mindful of their privacy, right? So that's something that we try to that we have tried to understand, and we have run some experiments to measure the efficacy of nudges which can help people become more privacy conscious. So that's really another very exciting policy area that we have worked on. So we have a slew of projects, and we have now started partnering with some really exciting international organizations. So we have a partnership with the Chance School of Public Health at Harvard University. We have a partnership with the School of Management at Yale. And we recently signed a partnership with Richard Taylor's lab, the Center for Decision Research at the University of Chicago. And thereby, by signing these partnerships, we are able to now attract the attention of a diverse set of really high-valued intellectuals across the globe to pay attention to the kind of work that we're doing and participate in research here in India and so on, and contribute to policy thinking and advisory in India. So these are sort of the broad contours of who we are. It's an exciting team. We have 30 members, mostly youngsters. We have a bunch of young Ashokans who are already with us, and it represents the finest of the liberal values of Ashoka University because of these alumni. Not so much because of faculty, but because of the alumni who come and work with us. We have a bunch of interns. We have a bunch of interns from Ashoka University who work with us, and we have also more recently started a student group, a student behavioral insights team within Ashoka University, with the hope of getting more students to engage with the behavioral science and run experiments in the campus and come up with cool findings. So that's who we are. And I would love to be connected with the alumni. I'd love to be responsive to needs that they might have in applying behavior science in whatever that they do. And I'm open to any conversation with them. So let me pause here and then perhaps return it to the panel, and maybe there might be some questions I'm happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pawan. Thank you for sharing the plans of the center, and the research areas that you spoke about seem extremely interesting, and also for the invite that you extended to our alums. I'm sure they'd like to know more, and I will let them know how to reach out to you for it. Thank you. Next, we have SIDA. So Professor Ashwini Deshpande is Professor of Economics and the founding director of Center for Economic Data and Analysis at Ashoka University. Thank you, Ashwini, for joining us.
This is the most often used phrase in 2020, which is either you're muted or sorry, I'm muted. So I just said that, and I hope 2021 is better for all of us, and that I'm able to meet some of you in person. I'm very excited to talk about a new center that's been set up at Ashoka, and that's still, it's still in the process of being set up, but we've made some progress, and I'd like to share that with you. This is called the Center for Economic Data and Analysis, CEDA. And what it is basically a platform that demystifies data and helps in forging data narratives. So how does it do that? So we're basically building a data repository that's accessible and practically usable for a variety of stakeholders. So researchers, journalists, students, policy advocates, civil society organizations, anybody who is interested in contributing to an informed debate about issues that matter. And how do we aim to assist in that? We are creating at the moment a back-end architecture, which has summary statistics from complex unit level data, and that's producing a front end of short, concise, easy to use, and easy to understand data summaries. And we are building in tools for high quality interactive data visualization. So that's the CEDA data portal that's under construction right now. Along with that, we are also constructing a CEDA website. And in addition to the data portal, what else will it have? It's going to have data narratives that are going to come out of the data that's in our data portal. In addition, we are going to present accessible research summaries. So we have a lot of faculty within the economics department that do empirical research, and we are going to bring to the users of CEDA summaries of their empirical papers. We are also going to have guest posts. I already talked about the data portal, and throughout COVID-19, we have been active in producing very high quality and quick research, empirical research on COVID-19. And so we're going to have a tab on COVID-19. The Center for Monitoring Indian Economy, which is a private data provider, has been the only source of high frequency panel data in the pandemic period. And we've seen that the data that they've put out has been extremely useful. And so we've reached an agreement with CMIE to produce crow-banded visuals, which we'll bring out fortnightly, along with a small data narrative. Of course, in addition to all this, there'll be videos, podcasts, there'll be media pieces that we write, etc. So for the inaugural of the CEDA website, we are going to have 5 data narratives. One is by me, which is to address the question of, are Indian women quitting the workforce due to fears of stigma or sexual violence? It's a very popular narrative, but unfortunately not quite true. So I'm hoping to show that in my blog. Kanika Mahajan and her co-authors are going to have an excellent paper on how words matter. So they've done research on analyzing the wording of job advertisements and how, if employers are sensitive to gender imbalances in applications, just by wording the ad differently, they can induce more women to apply for jobs. So this paper highlights very important demand side issues that prevent women from accessing jobs. And so we're going to have a blog from Kanika based upon that. Bharat Ramaswamy has a blog on understanding inequality in India, and here he makes reference to income tax data and how to understand inequality in India better. Anisha Sharma and Aprajita Dasgupta, other two colleagues, have a blog on that demonstrates how policies that are aimed to target one particular aspect can have an unintended negative consequence on another aspect which was not foreseen. So they show, for example, on cracking down on sex-selective abortion clinics can actually have an unintended consequence on gender gaps in education between boys and girls. So the point of this blog is to look at policy as a holistic framework rather than having targeted policies. Arvind Subramaniam and his co-authors have a blog on understanding the results of the new NFHS 5 data about which he has been consistently writing. So these are our 5 inaugural blogs, and so these are all very exciting, very contemporary, very relevant topics of research, and we hope to aid the discussion around these topics by providing informed commentaries. And there are many more in the pipeline. So here's a first sneak peek into, for example, what our CEDA website is hoping to produce. These are heat maps, which are at the moment at the state level. We also have district level heat maps. And supposing we wanted to understand changes in female labor force participation rates over time. So here is a heat map for urban areas, states at the state level. And this shows the change, over a period of about 5 to 6 years. And we see that the dark green areas have reduced slightly, but not so much. So we wonder where the decline is really coming from. And if we move to the next heat map, which is about the rural areas, we see a very clear decline in rural female labor force participation rates. So here, just by the aid of 4 heat maps, we can immediately understand that the decline is really a rural phenomenon, not an urban phenomenon, right? And so you don't need to have advanced economics training to figure this out. And and this is just from one data set across geography and across time. CEDA also helps people connect data sets, make connections across, say, for example, NSS and NFHS, which are not very easy to do. And so our interactive graphics are going to allow users to do that. We also have a tab which is more really for researchers. So it's a nerdy corner in the CEDA website. But we think that this is going to be very useful because the research community in India is very scattered. And other than the few colleagues, etc., or co-authors that we talk to, there are lots of issues of general interest, but there is no single platform that throws light upon those issues. So we've created a page called Researchers Corner, and our first inaugural article in that series is going to be by we already have it, by PC Mohanan, who was the former director of the NSS, on how to measure work participation. So we have a series called On Measurement, and we are going to bring out these articles. We've also downloaded and collated the 2019 time use survey data, which we are going to make available to be downloaded from our Researchers Corner. We also have a note on how to match districts over time in India. We have NFHS 5 data sheets, which will go into our portal eventually, but once all the data is released. We have the National Crime Records Bureau data, district level data sheets in the Researchers Corner right now, but going to go into the stage 2 of the data portal. So basically, the Researchers Corner will have a lot more resources that are open to everybody, but are particularly of interest, are likely to be particularly of interest to researchers. And the data portal stage 2 has many more data sets that are going to come in. So look forward to connecting with all the alumni on our social media platforms, but also, come and work with CEDA, give us our inputs, connect with us, and stay in touch. Thank you very much for the opportunity to me to present, CEDA's progress. Thank you so much.
Hello, hi. Thank you, Ashwini. Thank you for the progress that you shared with us and the research that the center has been up to. And I'll ask our alums to contribute to the development of this center. And yes, thank you so much for being here with us today. Next, we have from the Center for Climate Change and Sustainability, Professor Mahesh Rangarajan. Mahesh is a professor of history and environmental studies and heads the Department of History at Ashoka. He has previously taught at University of Delhi, Cornell, Jadavpur, and the National Center for Biological Sciences, Bangalore. He has also served as director of the Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Akriti. The Center for Climate Change and Society is somewhat different from the last 2 centers. At this moment, it is a signboard, but it's a signboard with a future both of hope and of change. I emphasize hope because, as many of you know, the issue of climate change was postmarked a couple of weeks ago by the Secretary General of the UN, who said that climate change, along with biological diversity and the issue of maintenance of the health of the oceans, are among the major challenges facing humanity today. So our Vice Chancellor, Professor Sarkar, last year took the initiative of proposing a Center for Climate Change and Society, which in a sense is virtual physical, not a brick and mortar center. For a start, it reached out to all the faculty who were interested in these themes. And you'll be happy to know out of around 125 faculty, 26 signed up. And we had a number of discussions, after which there are 4 focus or thrust areas, each of which is headed by a member or 2 members of the faculty. One is infectious disease and climate change by Gautam Menon, Dr. Gautam Menon of physics, and Dr. Imroz. from biology. Economics, Dr. Bipasha Maiti. On oceans and biodiversity, Dr. Divya Karnad from environmental studies. And media and outreach by Professor Shomana Roy and Professor Vaijo Navaran. So this is an umbrella of 26 faculty who will, over time, develop in each of these thrust areas, both proposals for funding and proposals for action, which can be taken up by the scholars within the university. One of Ashoka's strengths, of course, is that we have 4 schools, as you know. There's economics, humanities, social sciences, and the natural sciences. But we also have people who work in communication, in the creative arts, and entrepreneurship. So the challenge at this moment is to try and create a discussion around these issues within the Ashoka community. And one major step taken is that there is now an Ashoka X program, which designs materials for teaching on the web, which offers programs on the web. And this initiative, Ashoka X, includes Dr. Divya Karnad from the Center for Climate Change and Sustainability. And they are in the process of developing, hopefully the coming summer, the first moot on the environment of coming out of Ashoka. As you're well aware, there is a whole environment studies department here, which at this moment has 7 full-time faculty. Ian Stewart has also joined us. And with Ian's help and Dr. Gautam Menon's help, the university is organizing a small international conference, which is being held later this year in February. There'll be one towards the end of the year as well. The first will largely be an India focus with some speakers from overseas. The second will be a larger one, which will be international. So at this moment, the center is still in its initial stages. It has been able to gather together people who have interest in climate change and sustainability directly in an interdisciplinary manner or in their own research. We are in the process of evolving, as I said, tools for pedagogy through Ashoka X. And in the coming months, we will probably continue to have further discussions on how to integrate these themes of climate change and sustainability, both into the pedagogy in Ashoka and the research. So I'll end with that for now. It's both with the hope of change and with the hope of change that the center has been set up. It's a small step on a long journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for sharing those exciting plans with us. And I wish you all the very best for your endeavors. And I hope alums also contribute to this journey.
Thank
you so much.
Bye.
Next, we move on to a fun segment of the show. It's called Spotlight on our international alums. Ashoka University is a diverse space with students from around the world finding themselves attracted to our programs. The international alums of Ashoka come together to have a candid discussion on life before, during, and after Ashoka. On the panel today, we have McFarlane from the founding UG batch. He belongs to Zambia. Karen O'Neill from the YF batch of 2018. She's from Ireland. Ariel Kleins from YF 2015. She's from the United States. And Leila Rasik from the undergraduate batch of 2020 from Afghanistan. And to moderate the discussion, we have Akash Megh Sharma, President of the Alumni Council.
Hi, everybody. It's great to see everyone here. Hi, McFarlane. Hi, Karen. Hi, Ariel. Hi, Leila. Is Leila here? I cannot see her.
Not yet, or not yet. I think she's joining.
All right. All right, we can just sort of begin. It's great to see everyone here again. I think I probably want to introduce all of you again, but I think Akriti's already done that, so I'll hold off on that. Just want to sort of start off with a simple question. What do you miss most about campus? And I think I want to talk to you guys more specifically because you've all gone back and are doing some amazing things. And I think I just want to start this off with just a simple question on more of a trivia, like what do you miss the most, which is your favorite place on campus, right? So then we can get on to the more heavier questions.
I can go first. I really miss the daba and the daba food, particularly the paneer tikka. I was saying that I have dreams sometimes about it. and also the dance hall, the dance studio, because we used to do a lot of Zumba sessions there.
For me, I just feel like every day felt like a discovery. You're just learning so much every day, and I miss just getting to talk with people about what we were learning and doing in the classes.
Yeah, and I can certainly relate to my colleagues. And I think for me, what I can think of right now is, just those random conversations that you would have at 3 a.m. with a classmate or with a batchmate, and you'd walk around, maybe take a bicycle ride. And I think I did most of my learning as an individual in those very random conversations that were, just so important to my growth.
Leila, thank you. It's great to see you here. Just a simple question, right? What do you miss about campus? I think you were still on campus. So I think I just ask you, what are your favorite spot on campus and what do you still like about it, right? What do you miss the most in that sense?
The question is towards me, sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. As you know, my name is Laila and I'm still a student of Ashoka University, and I just came out of Ashoka. And right now I'm in Chennai with my local guardians and I'm staying here with them. But my favorite spot in Ashoka is the student commons and Daba, favorite place, because we always gather there with friends and enjoy the meals sometimes there. So yeah.
That's great. Okay, I think I'm just going to sort of move to the larger theme of what our conversation should be about now. All of you have had some very interesting sort of journeys to come to Ashoka, and I'd just like to sort of ask you to sort of talk about that a little bit. What led you guys to apply to Ashoka, and what were you doing before, and how did that sort of pan out, and how did you think about let's go to India to study, and and how did you hear about Ashoka? I think we can go in any order. McFarlane, if you would like to go first.
Sure. I wish there was a more interesting story to what led me to Ashoka, but I think as you already know, I came to India in 2012 when I was a student at an international school in Calcutta. I think I was just really drawn to India. It was very different. Every day was an adventure in India. There was a lot of discovery about the culture, the politics, and just how diverse, because I think when you're abroad, you see just one version of India. And I think I just wanted more, I guess. I was really intrigued by learning more. So I think I applied to Ashoka because I don't know, it sounds cheesy, but there was a kind of like promise of an adventure, a promise of this new type of learning that I was yearning for. But of course I was terrified because I was the first guinea pig, as we like to say, of the founding batch. So of course I was, intrigued to start university, but I think I was terrified, like many of us in our batch.
Ariel, would you like to go next? I mean, also, by the way, it's really great to see all of you again. I've seen, except Leila, I think I've seen all of you on campus, so it's quite lovely to see everyone.
Yeah, you too. I studied engineering undergrad at Penn in Philadelphia, and Pramath, who I'm chatting with in the Zoom, came to invite some of us to come to the fellowship. And for me, I was in a place where I just wasn't motivated by a lot of the engineering work in the last few years of school. And I was just looking around me and the world and specifically around environmental issues, but more than that. And I saw the fellowship as an opportunity to really explore the way that these issues were translating in India, which is, it's this issues at scale in a way that sometimes it feels even more grand to think about and to work on. And so I luckily got a chance to do some work on renewable energy through the fellowship, which was a gift to really be able to see how some of that is being developed in India. And yeah, so it it was a way to move beyond just doing engineering and actually think about how we can all be part of solving the big issues of our time.
Karen, over to you.
I have a bit of a different story. I was living in Paris at the time. I think it was 2016, and I had done my undergraduate in law and French law from Dublin and from Paris. And I was working in law at the time with the International Court of Arbitration, and I was definitely at a bit of a crossroads. I think like a lot of people who come to YAF, they do so because maybe the working reality is very different from what they thought, or like Ariel, they weren't really vibing with their undergraduate, but didn't really know what they wanted to do in terms of a master's level program. So I was definitely looking to see what was next. My then partner wanted to move to India. So I first went to India in 2016, and like McFarlane, fell in love with India, but also realized that I needed more time there, bar a 2-week holiday. I still think you can spend many lifetimes in India and still not really know the country because it's just so vast and so diverse. So his Indian friends mentioned the YF program to me, and when I researched it, I felt a draw to the ethos, and I also I just thought it was a very different program, something that I hadn't seen before, and I applied, and the rest is history.
That's great to hear. Leila, over to you.
Yeah. So so how I got to know about Ashoka was, so in 2014 I came to India for my high school, and I joined an international school in South India. And there I completed my high school, and I heard about Ashoka from there, and I wasn't sure if I will get in or not. So I applied to so many known colleges in India. And at the beginning, I wasn't sure about Ashoka because I never heard of Ashoka when I was in school. And even in Afghanistan, I never heard of it. And then when I applied, so after graduation, I came to Delhi, and my journey started from there. So I visited Ashoka, and then there I met Miss Malvika Sarkar, and like I don't know, it was a really amazing feeling when I had the first conversation with her, and then she introduced me to this senior who gave me a campus tour. And I just went around a campus, and I somehow felt like I totally belong to this person, this place, and I have to be here. And I was actually planning to go to other colleges and then have a look at other colleges as well before actually going to Ashoka. And when I had the tour and all, I'm like, okay, I'm not going to go and visit any other colleges because I know this is the place where I belong to. So that was how I came. That was how I joined Ashoka. And after the visit, I was actually waiting for the admissions team to, contact me and inform me if I got into Ashoka, if I got rejected and all. So I was really excited about this. And when I heard the news about that I got accepted in Ashoka, I was so excited, and I couldn't actually believe it that I actually got into Ashoka. And the reason why I chose Ashoka was because Ashoka has, as you know, it's a liberal arts school. And for me, it provided so many opportunities as, so I never, at the beginning, I wasn't sure of what I would study. And Ashoka actually gave me lots of variety of subjects. And that's how it helped me to pursue an undergrad in political science. And right now in my ASP year, I'm doing a creative writing, a concentration in creative writing and English. Yeah.
Well, this is pretty great. I think all of us can, especially I think McFarlane and I can say for sure that when we came in, we were super excited about how everything was super new. And we felt the same excitement that all of you feel here. I think I'm going to go to like a question which is more on like, I would like you guys to sort of talk about a little more about your professional journeys and how your time at Ashoka and what you've learned at the university, how has that changed you? How has that helped you? I know, Ariel, you've been doing some very interesting work in the US, especially with the elections. MJ's been working with the UN. Karen, you're working with LSE. Leila, you will go on and you're doing some very cool research, I'm sure. So this is all, I just want to hear about this and how that how has that journey panned out from this sort of space? Anyone can go first.
I'm happy to roll this. So I'm working in communications with LSE now, which obviously is a big departure from what I was studying, which was law. I was really fortunate that I got to do 2 TA-ships in Ashoka, one with Dwight for the Foundations of Leadership course and one with Mihir Mankad for the Arts of Communication course. Those 2 courses and being part of the teaching team just really shifted my perspective, and that's when I was just like, okay, communications is what I want to go into and higher education is now my sector. And so it really gave me a lot of clarity in terms of moving forward with my career, and that's what I'm going to be doing for the foreseeable future. And without YF, without those opportunities, I maybe would not have found it with that much clarity. I'll pass it over to McFerlin.
Thanks. That's a good question, Akash. I think, I definitely agree. I think, like Karen, I think Ashoka was consequential in my career path, in me becoming the kind of individual that I am today, because I remember I came to Ashoka thinking I wanted to study economics because for me, I wanted to, that was my path to be rich and to world domination, was to learn about money and all of this. But I remember going in a political science class with Professor Maheshwari, and I remember, I think I had conversations with you about this, Akash. I just fell in love with political science. It was asking these questions that I've always wanted to ask with boldness, with curiosity and all of that. And I knew I wanted to become a political scientist. So I think at Ashoka, I formulated my politics. I became a feminist. I understood where I leaned politically, and I was critical of that. But most importantly, I just, I had been an HIV and AIDS activist in Zambia before this, but I think now I could articulate my politics. I could articulate things like, no one should be left behind on the basis of, social markers of identity like gender or sexuality or class. And formulating these, things about my identity led me to go into the Graduate Institute, where I did my master's. And now I'm working for WHO and UNAIDS in a capacity where I'm a technical officer for a stigma index, which is about ensuring that people have access to healthcare without social markers of identity. And so Ashoka was really a consequence of this. And Leila, what about you?
Okay, as you said, so for me also, Ashoka, I would say Ashoka changed my entire life. I would say that actually, the academic year of my experience of my life, because joining Ashoka, at the beginning, I would say I struggled a lot. Like I went through a lot because of academics, and I couldn't actually cope with the academic course load and all of these things. But the campus, the centers which are on campus, they helped me a lot. And I would say my journey in Ashoka was both challenging and fun and joyful. And to answer the question that what I'm doing right now is, I'm currently not doing much. I'm just doing a research about colleges and where to go after Ashoka for masters. And besides that, I do work with don't directly work with the organization right now, but I used to work with the organization called Women for Afghan Women. And with that organization, so when I was there, I didn't really have an idea of gender studies and all of gender discriminations and all. I used to see that in Afghanistan, but I didn't know how to deal with this problem. So when the Ashoka experience so I also joined a feminist collective on campus. And that actually like gave me lots of knowledge about what the discriminations are. And to be honest, at the beginning I used to like kind of had a judgy idea of about the all the gender problems in on campus, and I used to judge people, oh, why is this and that, and I didn't really have ideas about different genders which exist, like the sexes and all of these things. So the feminist collective actually gave me a broader idea of how to go about the problems that women face, and especially I kind of compared the problems that Afghan women face and the problems that Indians or the other women in the world face. So and now when if I go back to Afghanistan and I start working with the organization, and I'm sure that my ideas towards the gender discrimination will be more broader than that what it was before. Yeah. And also I would like to say this also. So in Ashoka, the other experience was that I kind of came out of the comfort zone. Like I always liked to stay in my room and didn't actually interacted with much people and all. So this was one of the best experience, I would say. Ashoka kind of took me out of the comfort zone that I was always there and I didn't want to do anything. And joining Feminist Collective was one of the challenges, and I actually came out of that comfort zone. And the other thing was this, I also applied for TA-ship. Like this was something I wasn't sure if I would be able to do it or not. And when I applied for the TA-ship, this is a TA-ship for the Persian course, and it was a really amazing experience. I kind of experience that how the professors and other TAs, like when students didn't come on on time in class, and if they didn't do assignments and all, how they felt. It kind of gave me the experience of being a TA and how to deal with all of these problems. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
I know we're running out of time, but I think it's really hard for me to answer this question. One, because I was at Ashoka 2014 to 2015, and so much in the US changed that next year, 2016. And so it's really hard for me to draw a direct line just because everything changed so much, and I just felt so grounded, and so it just felt so necessary to do work in the US to try to ameliorate the damage and so, but I would say that in December of 2015, I was part of, this was a few months after I got back, was part of a delegation to the US, to the UN climate change negotiations in Paris. And I just remember holding the perspective of people who I met in India and worked with for so long there in a way that I definitely wouldn't have if I hadn't met all of you wonderful people. So I think that gave me a broader perspective, and I appreciate that. And also just the level of engagement. I think engineering school was hard, and I didn't get to do as much off campus or just beyond my discipline as I would have loved. And I think that carried, like I was able to do that in Ashoka, and I think that carried me afterwards in a way where people's work isn't everything, and they want to be involved and they want to be engaged, and understanding that is really opens up a lot of opportunity for building community and building organizations that are needed.
Thank you so much, guys. This was extremely heartwarming, especially seeing everyone and seeing that the same sort of feeling still exists amongst all of you. I think I'm going to leave with one last question. It's going to be a little funny. Who's your favorite professor, and who's one professor you don't like? Oh, this is, by the way, being recorded, so you can choose to pass. It's fine.
I would just, take the non-favorite to the grave, but I will talk about my favorites, and I cannot choose between these three. But my favorites are Professor Maheshwari, of course, Professor Ali Khan, and Gilles Venier. These were just, amazing professors for me.
I follow with taking professors I don't like to the grave, but for me, it would have to be Dwight, Kenwyn, and Dilip Simeon, and all three just completely changed my life in so many ways. And I'm so grateful to have been in a classroom with them and to just have that moving forward in my life as well.
For me, Mihir Shah will forever be an inspiration of mine. There are things that come up in my daily life, talking to people and doing work, that I'm like, that's what he said. So it's always special.
My favorite professor has always been Professor Ali Khan, and I don't think I can change that. And also Professor Maheshwari, Professor Janice, lots of them. I mean, all of them are my favorite professors, but yeah, so these are the best three for me.
Right. I can see that like you're all trying to not say who you don't like. It's fine. Thank you so much, everyone. Akriti, over to you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for coming here today and sharing your very, very inspiring journeys with us. It's so heartwarming to see like that I share a little bit of myself with people spread across the world, and it's very comforting, actually. So I really appreciate you taking the time. Thank you. Okay, so next we have a little bit of a celebration. It's the decade of the YF. So we are celebrating the 10th batch this year. And so the Young India Fellowship has managed to establish itself as the seminal initiative in the country for individuals looking for holistic development and commitment to social change. As you must be aware, this flagship program of Ashoka completes a decade this year, and we couldn't be happier. Let us have a look at a short video showcasing this journey.
Well, I woke up to the sound of silence. The cars were cutting like knives in a fist fight. And I found you with a bottle of wine, your head in the curtains, and heart like the 4th of July. You swore and said we are not shining stars. This I know, I never said we are. Though I've never been through hell like that, I've closed enough windows to know you can never look back. If you're lost and alone, or you're sinking like a stone, carry on. May your past be the sound of your feet upon the ground. Carry on. Carry on, carry on. So I met up with some friends at the edge of the night at a bar off 75. And we talked and talked about how our parents will die, all our neighbors and wives. But I'd like to think I can cheat it all to make up for the times I've been cheated on. And it's nice to know when I was left for dead, I was found and out on all these streets.
That was super nostalgic, really. Okay, so here to talk more about a decade of the YF, we have here with us two of the people who've been a very crucial part of this journey. Dr. Pramath Raj Sinha. Pramath is founder of Ashoka. He is a senior advisor of the Albright Stonebridge Group and the founder and managing director of 9.9 Group Private Limited. He helped establish the Indian School of Business, Hyderabad, serving as the founding dean and continues to be a member of its board of governors. He is also a founder of the Vedika Scholars Program for Women and of the Anand Fellowship. And we also have with us Aniha Brar, Dean of the YF. Aniha was a part of the team that launched the Young India Fellowship at Ashoka. She subsequently taught academic writing at the YF. She has held the position of Director of Communications at Ashoka and is the current Dean here. Welcome, both of you. And in conversation with them is Avni Ahuja from the YF batch of 2013. Avni holds a bachelor's degree in biotechnology from Ferguson College. Post the YF, she started her career with Genpact as Chief of Staff to the BFS and insurance business leader. In her last 7 years at Genpact, she has led projects in various functions across India, USA, and Philippines. She currently works with them as an assistant vice president in client relationship management and is based out of Singapore for the high-tech vertical. Welcome, all of you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Akriti and Pramat and Neha. So good to see you.
Thank you. It's
great
to
be here. Thank you. So, as Akriti shared that wonderful nostalgic video and also shared this whole purpose and the mission statement of the Young India Fellowship, I was reflecting back on the fact, when I was applying 9 years back to the program, and barring the novelty, of course, the novelty was amazing and the curriculum seemed great. It seemed like such an interesting experiment. But the purpose and the vision always seemed to, really set aside this program apart. So Pramat and Neha, I want both of you to reflect on over the 10 years, how do you think the vision has been realized and to what extent do you think the vision has been realized?
Pramat, you go on this.
Well, I think the vision has always remained constant. And to that extent, we haven't felt the need to change the vision. But I think we also are on a journey, and this is a journey which really has no destination. You stick to a certain. It's more a mission than a vision, if you ask me. In that we try and make ourselves reach greater and greater heights with each passing year. Each version of these 10 years has been different from the other versions. And I think that is one of the unique features of this program, that even in the future, we'll aspire to get better and better and provide a unique experience to each batch, yet connect across these batches, which was also a big part of our vision, right? We knew that a one-year program that doesn't have overlap between batches, how do you even build a fellowship? Because the fellowship was really called that because it was supposed to transcend the batches. And I think we've been able to successfully do that. But to specific point of your, what have we been able to achieve? I think you've heard it today. I think the one thing that we set out to do was really to create a unique program. We felt there was a clear demand and a need for it, but to create a unique program that would allow people to really discover themselves, to find their best selves, and to see this year as a transformational year from taking them to where they were and feeling a bit stuck, to really putting them on a path where they felt they could actually make a huge difference, that they could scale up their contributions in a way that was otherwise not possible. And that this intervention, this 1 year, would help them make contributions that were things that they had never imagined, and would also scale not just their contributions, but the quality of their contributions over time. So not getting into too much of the of the thinking behind it, but you listen to the stories, and I just did these uh, interviews with all of you, the podcasts. It was just amazing to see. And we picked a few people, or there were a few people who were picked, but everybody's story is just fascinating. So I think that part I feel we've been able to achieve. But with changing times, you need to constantly keep innovating. I think that's one of the things in the DNA of the YIF and Ashoka, that you don't rest still, that you constantly raise the bar. You want to scale your contributions as a program as well. If you're teaching people how to scale their contributions, then you as a program need to be constantly scaling your contributions as well. So I think that's very much what drives the program team. And I think Aniha has seen that journey from helping me first put this together to now what she does. And I think maybe you can add to this, Aniha.
Actually, I'll just add maybe 2 lines to what Pramath has said, because he's got, I think, the broadest sweep and overview of it. But I think the good thing about a fundamental good vision is that you don't mess with it. At least for me, I felt right from the outset. Pramath will remember, I actually didn't sign on to work with him to work on launching a new fellowship. I was doing completely different things in his organization. And it's the vision that attracted me right at the beginning. And of course, I had many debates with Pramath till one day he's like, stop debating it and come and be part of this. I think from there, forget about, even before the fellows came, I personally was so excited about it. Pramath often tells people I'm a liberal arts person, but obviously in India, there was no liberal arts at that time labeled as such. But this impetus that I had always felt, I felt that the Young India Fellowship was trying to realize. And I was excited about meeting the faculty. So just 2 things that I want to add to what Pramath has already said. I think the fellowship, in my mind, extended very much across batches, but also across the faculty, some of the core administrators. There have been changes amongst all of us over these last 10 years. But whether I meet Anu today, whether we meet old-time faculty, long-term faculty, I think everyone has this sense of fellowship. And that's really exciting. The fundamental vision, as Pramath said, was a mission statement and continues to be a guiding principle for a lot of us, including when we do litmus tests of decisions or changes. Is it speaking to that vision? Have we helped people realize their hopes and dreams? Is it of a high caliber? Is it still relevant, topical, socially conscious, strong with communication? And I think to that extent, yes, I think the vision's been realized. And to the second part of your question, Avni, for me, the biggest realization, perhaps for all institutions, is always what its students go on to do. And just not just today, in the last few years, being in touch with people I initially taught, and then those who've graduated from the program, people like yourself and many others who we heard today, it's just heartwarming. Everybody on the podcasts, people who've come into TA, occasionally come in to teach, accomplishments, writers, people in the civil services, people who are working for banks and corporate organizations. I think for me, that's the constant, okay, that's another piece of the vision that's fallen in place. So it's the alum really, for me, that I think are realizing it, and I hope they realize it in more seminal ways wherever they go.
Yeah, gosh, there's so much to unpack in what both you and Pramath mentioned. But the whole aspect of what is that experience which transcends batches and transcends faculty, and that's something which I personally feel has been like across different cities. You ping on a WhatsApp group, hey fellows, let's meet up. You don't have to know anybody, and then there is something unique and magical binding people together across years, across continents, which is Aniha, which is so true. It is heartwarming. Pramath, to your point about the journey has no destination, there's clearly a lot which the fellowship has achieved in the last decade. If there were some aspects where and I would love the both of you to reflect, there were some aspects where you would want to introduce new elements, or you would want to dial up existing elements, but where are these aspects where there needs to be more work done in some sense? What would those aspects be when it comes to the fellowship?
Let me say a few things that I've always struggled with, and it's a question of time and possibly a question of being able to fit the many things we want to do in a balanced way. I think I would love to have seen this be, we were just in a session with some of our international students, and we've had the Ariel and the Karens of the world, but I really do think that giving people a somewhat more international or global experience would have been great. Some of the best programs in the world do bring in that element. And maybe in calling it the Young India Fellowship, we kind of restricted ourselves, given that there's India in the name. But I would have liked to have a healthy mix of foreign or international representation in the fellowship, more than we have today. I think that's part of the peer learning is a very big part of what you experience in the fellowship. And I think the more diverse the peer group, the greater the learning, therefore. I would have liked to see us being able to offer people far more choice in terms of the subjects and electives that we offer. That's one of the things that we changed, Avni, from the time you were there, right? In the first 3 years, we actually didn't have any electives. And as the class has grown, we did bring that element of choice. I think part of your education and your discovering your best self is also having to make those choices and to be forced to experience things that are surprises and sometimes disappointment, so that you know what you don't want to do. So I think we've tried to do that. We now have a 5th semester where we bring in a lot of variety to people and so on. So we've tinkered around that. I also, one area where I have a sense that, somewhere that the close-knitness, I don't know what else the intimacy that the fellows had with the founders, mentors, and generally lots of others who were constantly involved in the fellowship, when at least in the early days when we had a smaller class and we were in the heart of Delhi, is something that I feel like has been lost to some extent as we moved to Sonipat. And I'd like to see if there were ways to retain some of that or bring back some of that through the mentoring program, through the ELMs, through remaining connected with faculty and alums in the years going forward. So those are all things that I haven't thought about this enough, but those are some of the things that I can come up with right away that I would personally like to see strengthened in the program as we go forward. And I think that would add a lot to the experience.
Yeah, I mean, actually that whole, Aniha, before you react, right? There has been, and I'm just gonna say it, there has been this sort of feeling amongst alum and even the current, the recent YF folks, that over a period of time, whether it's the YF experience or the quality or the value, that aspect is diminishing. And it's obviously very, very anecdotal. It's something which is a feeling. I think the very fact that the feeling exists means that you're engaged with the program. So, you care enough to even voice it. But what would you both say to, that aspect, that it's sort of even the Young India Fellowship experience, which it used to be, is not the same anymore. I've heard a lot of recent folks say that as compared to the, the older programs. So just, your thoughts on that.
I was actually going to answer the previous question. So Pramad, do you want to take this? Because
yeah, I can quickly take this. I think you have to understand my kind of mindset about this. So first and foremost, all my learning in education says that scale and quality don't have to trade off. The largest programs in the world are also the best quality and vice versa. So people who build organizations, people who build institutions, people who design a great product or build a great idea, always believe that scale doesn't mean that you have to lower the quality. Otherwise, you never build anything substantial. So I do think that that's a fundamental flaw in the logic. Now, has the experience become worse? Has the quality become poorer? Yes and no, maybe. I think there are some things in which we may have gone below a bar relative to previous years, but there are many areas where we've gone above the bar. And I think my experience with doing this is that every year is different and you cannot compare. The question is, in terms of outcomes, in terms of what your alums and graduates are doing, is there an upward trajectory or not? And I fundamentally feel there is, and I wish there was a way for me to empirically prove it to you. But I would say that I think there is. Listen, there were concerns about the quality of the first batch of 57 students, right? And whether we dipped too much. Why did we go with 57? We could have stopped at 50, right? Yet some of the achievements of that batch, of the people who would have seen to have made the biggest achievements, they were not stars when they were in the fellowship. So give people a chance. Don't pass judgment on the quality of the class or the experience just yet. The last thing I will, and so on the quality of experience, I will say one should not compare across batches. One should look at the absolute experience of each batch. Comparison always kind of ends up confusing things for people. The last thing I will say, and as you might have noticed, we have actually reduced the class size this past year, is that we are very conscious of quality overall, both in terms of experience and the quality of students. But we are also very committed to the fact that in a country like India, you need to drive things at scale. I mean, there are many, many, many more deserving young people who deserve this experience. It can't just be 100 or 200 or even a 300. So how do you have impact at scale is something that will constantly obsess us. We may choose to go slow or pull back or expand, and that's a choice we have. But I think the DNA of saying how can we have impact at scale will always be something that will drive us, as it drives all of you. So over to you, Aniha.
Okay, I'll try and combine both the questions and be as pithy as I can, though this is a complex question. So this whole notion of quality over time is something that I personally, the current program team, institutionally, Pramath is aware in meetings, we've grappled with a lot. For myself, it also became a question I tried to unpack in many ways, because in some ways it's also coming at a time where I'm responsible for whole chunks of the program, and obviously it becomes a self-reflective question. And I think I tried also to be as data-driven as possible, though of course it was very difficult to map some things in comparison to earlier years, because they either didn't exist or had not been tracked in those ways. But 4 or 5 trends I will say. If you're talking, I don't understand entirely always what alum mean by quality, but many have had conversations with me. Some of that comes from the intake of fellows. And there, many of you have been part of admissions teams, as have I on and off more significantly now. And I think, as Pramath put it, this is a large country with a huge set of extremely talented and creative and focused and motivated and change-making kind of individuals. And I personally have a lot of faith even in the more recent batches. And again, to recount what Pramath said, it takes time. Even when I look at the big, achievers or accomplishments of people from the first few batches, it's not like it happened the month after they graduated the fellowship. People took time to apply to PhDs. People took time to really build their jobs or careers, to write the books, to, fine tune their performances, etc. To be journalists who got awarded or recognized or to break into the civil services, etc. So I have a lot of faith and hope, even from the fellows, those who've not already made it, and quite a few have, but even from those who were part of 300 strong batches or 200 strong batches. When it comes to faculty, courses, frankly, I see many things to be happy about. And there again, with alum and current fellows, I find this a slightly, as Pramod said, the logic of it is a bit, could do with more critical thinking, because those who are part of one batch have not had the experience of the other. And those who are currently experiencing have not experienced the previous. So there's always this comparison based on narratives and memories and nostalgia. But when I look at faculty feedback, when I look at grades, when I look at people's academic accomplishments, and let's say the growth of certain elements which are my sort of pet areas, like the critical writing, or some introduction of new courses. I do believe, even in terms of the empirical feedback we've got, as well as if you look at the caliber and average scale of faculty teaching at the program today, yes, some long-term people move on, lots of new, exciting new faculty come on board. So my constant push to alum has also been get to know who's teaching now, get to see the courses that are being offered, give recommendations for new stuff. For example, we brought in some degree of data, AI, etc. this year, because alum from the previous 2 years have been telling me, listen, we need to bring that in. If it's truly multidisciplinary, we can't ignore the digital world. And I believe that course is doing pretty well. I'll have to wait to see, what comes on the feedback.
Yeah.
The piece that I think, if I think back to the batches I taught or interact with, there was a certain fearless aspiration that I used to see in the first few batches of fellows. And now I feel people are trying to be a lot more codified in what they would even hope for or dream. I wish fellows would continue to dream big. That's what I used to find very exciting about Young India Fellows. And I know some of it might be because there was less at stake. There was less financial stakes. There was, more of a sense of experimenting. That's something that I'm personally keen to bring back. And the other element, this goes back to your earlier question, Avni, and then I'll shut up. But the other element that I think I personally, and Pramath is somebody I've talked to a lot about this, is how do we actively as a program support people in creating new exciting pathways and achieve and accomplish and feel, yeah, I can get the roads, I can apply for a Fulbright, I can get X or Y job. I have slightly different non-structured sort of hopes and ambitions, but somewhere the fellowship will do it. In earlier years, I think personal mentoring by a lot of founders, faculty with smaller classes was there. Now I see a lot of alum trying to help out with that. And that's a piece that I'm actually reaching out to all of you again to say, keep that going, give people ideas, show people pathways. If there's a bunch of you in Europe who've gone and done exciting courses, write back to the program and to those you are mentoring among current classes. Because I think the YF was always this window to opportunity kind of program. And that is something that I think in a more conscious, structured way, I'd really, really like to bring, also to try and push at scale if it's possible.
Yeah. Wonderful answers. I think the one thing about, every year being different is actually so true, because when I personally think of or listen about any fellow's experience, and I was like, oh gosh, I'm so jealous, I wish I was in your year. And then I speak to somebody else and I'm like, oh, I didn't have this and I wish I had done that. So it almost as if, you would have continued doing the Young India Fellowship program, because it's true that it's very different from year to year. I think I'm getting very consistent pings that I have to wrap up soon. But one last very quick question before I hand it over to Venkat. Just one thing which energizes you both about the future of the fellowship. So I want the both of you to answer that.
No, I can quickly say that it's the achievements and the successes of our alums, clearly. It is just so hugely inspirational and motivating, I can't tell you. And I know you are one of the 4, but the fact that you have all chosen to give back, it's not the money. We can keep saying this, you guys gave this much or that much, or, one day it could be X crores. It's just your commitment, because at the end of the day, the current set of founders are going to be gone. The alums have to run this school. That is how the great universities of the world are run. And this is the first step in that. So very excited to see that. And that's what motivates us.
For me, it's the engagement. I think every time the program has evolved and adapted, it's been because, and that's what I call positive criticism, which I love from the Young India Fellows, because people will not just say this is a gap, but they'll say, try this faculty member, introduce this course, here's something exciting I'm doing, people like yourself giving back. And fellows give back in a range of ways. But I love the positive reinforcement, because it also assures us that you've seen value in it and you want to create value for other young people coming in. And definitely the fellows and faculty. I mean, even doing admissions interviews is very inspiring for me year on year, because I just see the range of exciting, creative people who actually want to join and then go on to create more impact. So all of this keeps me motivated to go back to work every day.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, Pramath, Aniha, thank you so much. Great reflections on a decade of the YIF. Thank you. And Venkat and Akriti, over to you.
So I just wanted to quickly thank Avni and Cheshta as well. I mean, Avni, your gesture to support scholarships at the university is huge. And I'm not going to talk about the number, and I refer to what Pramath said, that it's not about the money, it's not about the number, but just the fact that people who graduated recently are coming back to support the institution is a reaffirmation of the vision that Pramath and Ashish and Vineet and Sanjeev all put together in the early days. And a big thank you for that. One of the selfish things I always pray for is, may all of the alumni become billionaires so that it takes the load off me to go raise the money. It's been 8 years and I'm exhausted. So my simple wish is social sector, non-social sector, may you make money.
Oh my God, thank you. Absolute privilege.
But thanks a lot. I mean, heartfelt gratitude.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your comments and thoughts. I have nothing more to say than the fact that this is really close to my heart. And I would like to thank all of you for bringing the Young India Fellowship into my life. And I owe a lot to this program. So thank you so much. All right. So we'll move to our next speaker. He is Shakul is an alum from UG 2018. So over the years, Ashoka University has endeavored to ensure complete accessibility to education for anyone seeking to learn, and to enable a framework that does not hamper our ability to impart knowledge and education due to any incidental social or physical barriers. Our next alumni speaker, Shakul Raj Sonkar, from the undergraduate batch of 2018, was the first blind student to graduate with a mathematics major in India, and is a disability advocate focused on empowering other people with disabilities. Let's welcome him.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Akriti. So as Akriti told, that I'm an alum of 2018 batch of UG and the 2019 ASP, the Ashoka Scholars Program. Today, I'm here to share with you my story as a struggler, fighter, and learner, and becoming a social entrepreneur out of all these things. Let me start with the beginning. When I was a kid and trying to enter into the schools, all the school told no to me, not because I was not able to get.
Hi, Shakul. Can I please request you to be a little louder? Thank you.
Is it better now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Could you hear what I said?
Yes, please continue. Thank you.
Okay. So I was saying, when I was a kid and trying to enter into schools, I remember all the schools saying no to me, not because of I was not capable enough to secure a seat into their organizations, just because I was blind. A decade later, after I completed my schooling and wanted to get into universities, many colleges said upfront no, because I wanted to pursue mathematics, which is unlikely and considered to be a visual subject for people with vision disability. And people said that, oh, you won't be able to do math, it's a lot visible subject, and how will you do that? I'm very thankful to Ashoka, who recognized my ability and offered me admission, where I ended up graduating in 2019 with an advanced major in mathematics and a concentration in computer science. When I was at Ashoka, I realized that, I've seen a decade and things have not changed for people with disabilities. When you talk about inclusion, we talk about women empowerment, we recently started talking about LGBTQI. Do we talk about one of the largest minority of the world, which is people with disability? We often neglect that kind of population. So in late 2017, as a student, I started an advocacy group for people in STEM with disability. With my few friends, we started organizing India's first ever inclusive hackathon at IIIT Bangalore in 2018, where people with and without disability would come and hack together so that they develop an empathy that people with disability are no lesser and they could work on the equal capacity had they given a chance to do so. Once I graduated from Ashoka, we realized that, all these community initiatives and all that are good. But since all of us were technologists, so we wanted to use our own skills and scale this program. So we founded a social enterprise called iSTEM Private Limited in late 2019. At iSTEM, our vision is to empower higher ed institute and businesses to be able to support their students and employees with disabilities using AI, technology, and support services. We offer our stakeholder two things. Number one, the administrative portal, which could be, say, a virtual disability office in a box, where an institution with zero knowledge can at least learn how to cater to the needs of their students and employees with disability. Be onboarding a student, taking care of their day-to-day inventories, communicating their requirements and need to their professors and managers, and so on. Now, once you have learned how to accommodate these students or employees, you'd also need some of the commonly used services by people with disabilities. So we offer two of those automated services using AI. The first one is document accessibility, where we provide the inaccessible printed document into accessible audio format for people who are blind or people with dyslexia. We do that not only for non-STEM courses, but for STEM courses in multiple languages in India and across. Second, we provide the video accessibility things. So we have noticed that because of this COVID, everything has shifted online. And when people take classes, they struggle a lot as a blind student when screens are shared. So how do we access to the screen share? Because they are all images, and the screen reading software which people with blindness would use cannot identify images, right? So we came up with the solution of extracting text from the images so that when you are accessing that very video or the classroom, you can simultaneously read what your professor or mentor have shared on the screen. Second, we provide domain-specific custom captioning for people who are deaf or hard of hearing. For example, if you are sitting in a chemistry class or a biology class and your professor is teaching you, it's very hard for you as a deaf or hard of hearing person to understand what is being communicated. To solve that very challenge, we have come with the domain-specific captioning. It's not like a standard YouTube captioning. It's a custom captioning where you can train your own model with specific terminologies right before your meeting / clashes and so on. I'm glad to share with all of you that it's been 1 year of our journey at ISTEM, and we received our seed funds from UNICEF this June 2020 in their UNICEF Innovation Fund. We recently got into StartX, which is a very famous and prestigious program and community at Stanford with a great connections in the Valley. I've been really honored that I received an offer from Ashoka. Had Ashoka not been there, I would have not learned how to build things. When I entered, there was nothing for people with disabilities for that matter. We went in, we talked, we debate, and we came up something in 2016 called Office of Learning Support, which right now, after 4.5 years of its inception, has become one of the pioneer in the country, serving and providing the access and necessity towards students with disability. It has become an example for other institutions, university and colleges in India, so that this is how you can not only accommodate these students. These are the people who do not have special power or different abilities, who are any other humans like you, and who want to scale in their life given that equal access to opportunities like anyone else. So this is all about me and my journey. I thank everyone for the great support and so on, and also want to help my other coming students and alumni and build this community further and becoming a great people. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shakul, for sharing your inspiring journey with us. I really thank you for everything that you've done for Ashokans and outside of Ashoka, and all the best for your future endeavors. And I'd request our fellow alums to come forward and support you in whatever you need. Thank you so much. All right, so we move towards the end of this session, and we have our alumni town hall now. So Ashoka University believes that alumni are an integral part of the ecosystem. No matter what sphere of life they find themselves in after college. And it is very important for us to have space for open discussions with the administration and talk about matters of mutual concern, giving back, and building a stronger community. The town hall is in session now. We invite your questions and suggestions, which will be addressed by Vineet, who's our founder and trustee, and Venkat, who is the Vice President of Development and Alumni Relations at Ashoka. So I'd like to invite Vineet to say a couple of words, and then Venkat, and then we'll open the floor for questions. Please type your questions in the chat box. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Akriti, and delighted to be here amongst all of you. I hope you can hear me well. I was having some challenge on internet. Well, this is a unique year in some ways. We are graduating the 10th class of the Young India Fellowship this year. We're graduating the 5th batch of the undergrad program. We are also, in a couple of months, about to finish construction of our campus. When we started out, we never thought we will have another campus. The vision, at least, was that we will build this campus. So in that sense, 2021 is historical in a lot of ways. This campus should get over fully constructed by February, March, up to its full capacity, which is about 25-50 students. And we are now waiting to get possession of our second plot and start building the second campus. So I think in some sense, it's a unique moment. The alum body is 2,800 people strong. And Ashoka, from our founding principles, whatever we set out to do, I mean, we wanted this to become an iconic institution, a role model, which other private institutions can follow. It's heartening to see that many more institutions are now coming up which follow the Ashoka principles of collective philanthropy, excellence, a unique governance construct. Our alum are doing outstandingly well. That is very heartening. In terms of academic reputation, Ashoka is clearly breaking new ground. Our economics program was recently ranked as #1 in the country. Other departments, the quality of faculty, the quality of students we are recruiting. So on most dimensions, whatever Ashoka set out to do, this year we are starting to see it all come together. The alum body has developed wonderfully well. I think starting from our first council, which Karan led, to the second council, which Ashvita led, and now the third one, which Akash Meg is leading. I've had the privilege of being worked with all three councils, and it's been wonderful to see how the alum body has come together to lead itself. So I am very excited. I almost have goosebumps when I think of how we came together to build Ashoka and where we've come. I do hope India is able to build many such institutions. One Ashoka clearly is not enough. I do hope in my lifetime, maybe in the next 20, 25, 30 years, maybe the country is able to build 50 such universities. And the last thing I would like to say before I close, I see new institutions coming up, as I mentioned, which replicate the Ashoka model. I am myself involved in building another one. And I should say that in each of these institutions, the program teams, the faculty members, I see so many Ashoka alum. The university that I am involved in building, I had 2 faculty applications from Ashoka alum, both PhD from top institutions, and both whom we are evaluating very, very carefully. So I think in some sense, it's really remarkable what our alum have done, what the institution has been able to achieve in a short span of time. And I'll be happy to take questions in the next few minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Vineet. I'll just chip in with a couple of comments. So for the record, 2 people hired me, Pramath first and Vineet. And I still hold a grudge against Vineet because he gave me a business plan of raising 350 crores for the project, right? It's now a measly $1 billion, I'm told, over the next 15, 20 years. So, had Vineet told me that number, maybe I would have reconsidered the Ashoka offer. But that said, I think one of the outstanding features of Ashoka is our financial aid program. And the fact that we have funded and the university has paid for 257 crores to 3,400 students over the last 10 years, from the first year of the YIF till date. That is a staggering quantum of aid given out by the university, and it's funded purely by the founding contributions that we get from our donors and founders. The second number that I'd like to put on the table is that this year alone, in one academic year of 2020 going up to 2021 June, our financial aid bill is 63 crores. This is the single largest line item expenditure at the university, right? And what is amazing is that we are a young institution putting out such large quantums of aid and supporting inclusion at the university. And that's a deep and abiding commitment that the university stands by for the students who are coming in every single year. I think this is a stellar feature of the institution, and hats off to the people who founded it and continue to support it as we go by. And that's a number that I want the alumni to mull over. And here's one request. We've spoken about 4 alumni who've come and supported the university, and there have been some in the past also who have done that. We are very grateful for the support. What I'm requesting to everyone on this call and in the alumni network is please come forward to help the institution and support students who need scholarships because the number will only grow. And as alumni continue to do better, the institution will need their support. And that's my request on behalf of Ashoka. And I'll pause here. Happy to take questions. I've been around for 8 years now. It's been a long and fulfilling journey, and one of the big journeys of my own life. And it's a thrill working with Akriti and building this institute, building this office. But happy to take questions.
Thank you, Vineet. Thank you, Venkat, for your opening comments. Okay, we have a few questions coming in. All right, so the first one is, as more students graduate and the university scales up, what do you see the future of alumni relations becoming?
Vineet, you want to take a shot at that?
Yeah. Well, I think the alumni body has started on an extremely positive note. The alumni council is democratically elected. The alumni body leads itself. There's a very, very close relationship with the university. We see the role of this body growing, right? And I think there's a short-term answer, there's a medium-term answer, and there's a long-term answer. I think in the short term, the alumni body, I think there are opportunities for people to grow in leadership positions within the body. This is a very vibrant body, very vocal body. So the leadership positions on the council are extremely, I think, opportunities for growth. The alumni body also works for the benefit of the alum. It's a great network of people, whether you're looking for placements, whether you're looking to travel and meet people. It's a great way to connect with the institution. In the medium term, I do think more and more alum will even start to play a role within the institution. We may just have some of our alum coming back and taking on faculty positions. You may have a couple of our alum joining our board of trustees. And I think the alum network is going to be stronger and will benefit every alum. In the long run, I see the alum body sort of playing a key governance role. I think we've always articulated, while this current board of trustees has seeded the institution and will probably build it over the next couple of decades or 3 decades. But over the long run, if you look at a 50-year, 100-year, maybe more timeline, I think a large part of our board of trustees is going to be alum. Alum are going to be running this institution. They will take on the leadership of the institution. So in all ways, I think whether I take the short-term, medium-term, or long-term view, the alum have a key role to play. Venkat, if you would like to add.
Yeah, I'd like to add one perspective, Vineet. Over the last 6 months, I've spoken with a wide range of alumni across the board, from the founding batch till the last cohort who graduated. And I would like them to come and work at Ashoka as part of the administration. I think that will give them a sense of an understanding of how the institution is being built. There is often a gap between how the alum perceives the university and what the reality on the ground is. And it takes a lot of time for us to explain the ways or mechanisms in terms of how to bridge that gap. And there is for want of another phrase, there's a lack of understanding over there. I would want the alumni to come and serve and work with the institution, like Akriti is, like Karan is, right, and so many others. That will deepen the engagement with the institution and also help them understand how to build it from within, right? And the forward path for any alum to become a founder or a trustee at the university would be to work through the layers sometimes, serve 3 years, 4 years, and you'll get an understanding of how an institution journey is traversed. And that will hopefully give them a better understanding of how to play a superior role in the years to come. I think that is important.
All right, thank you so much. We'll move on to the next question. So the next question is, how does one go about if we want to contribute to scholarships towards the institution?
Well, just contact Venkat and Akriti. I think Venkat can probably give some more detail. Go ahead, Venkat.
Yeah, no, Akriti has done a fine job. In fact, the last 4 commitments that have been raised have come only because of her conversations with the alumni. But on a slightly different note, I would like people to think about a couple of things. The initial amount itself is not the important criteria. Don't get fussed about the fact that somebody's paid for a full scholarship and I can afford only 5,000 rupees or lower. That shouldn't be the issue at the back of your minds, right? I think the way to look at it would be to say that I graduated, let's say, from a class of 2016 YF. Can 90% of that class come together to support a certain amount of money every year, right? The more the percentage of alumni from each batch who support the university, the greater will be the resources that the institution can raise. And the natural corollary to that is that hopefully people will keep earning more over a period of time. And as the giving habit becomes stronger, the quantum of monies will only go up in the future. So my request to each one of you is that at an operating level, please speak with Akriti or me. We're available 24/7. Number 2 is give as a measure of habit. Give a certain amount of money every year and request your friends in your cohort and your juniors and seniors to start giving. And that giving habit will only make it more, what's the right word? Will make it sticky over time and create that bond with the institution and will hopefully raise significant resources to pay for scholarships. And by the way, I mean, students need funding. I mean, if you look at the number of applications that we get from across the university, from across the country and some parts of the world, it's a large number. There is only a limited pool of money that Ashoka itself from his own resources can put on the table towards financial aid. We will need the help of the alumni to come in and bridge that gap. And therefore the request.
Thank you so much for those wonderful answers. And okay, so apart from financial giving, what do you think are other ways in which alums can contribute, like in the present, like in a very, very tangible and pointed way?
So Vineet, you want to take a shot at that?
Yeah.
Or?
Well, I think number of ways. First is if you are working in organizations and your companies are looking for talented people, point them to Ashoka. So work with our career and placement team to open up career opportunities. Our batch size is growing and we need our students to be exposed to many more opportunities. Some of you go and study in institutions, whether in India or abroad. Mentor the students studying currently, right? What sort of opportunity should they have? There's nobody better to mentor them than you are. That's second. I think third, somebody already mentioned, come and work for Ashoka, right? My sense would be, I don't have the exact number currently, but my guess is that about 25 alum work across different Ashoka teams, 20-25. They have a strong connect with the institution. I believe that having alum work on our program teams is an automatic connect. They understand the institution much better than anyone else does, or somebody we recruiting from outside. So if you want to work, come work, be a part of the Ashoka team. A lot of couple of our alum are also coming back, I should say, in some are teaching courses. I mean, some of you would know that, right? 1 or 2 of our alum teach courses. So that's a fourth one. And the fifth is for all budding entrepreneurs coming out of Ashoka. And if you are an entrepreneur yourself and you've built a successful startup, I think again, there are great opportunities to mentor. And I think the list can keep going on and on. I would also like to mention that from my own experience, one of the biggest assets you have of studying in a college which has great students is the network you get after you graduate. I can tell you how much I have benefited from my own college network and continue to do so. I graduated almost like 30 years ago. So cherish this network. This is an extremely valuable network. The network is open to everyone. How much you take out of the network is going to depend on you, right? So this is an extremely, it's a key network. I mean, Ashoka University is on your CV for the rest of your lives. To make use of the opportunities that this network has to offer and also contribute back to it.
Akriti, any more questions?
Yes. So there's one on the chat, it is, what's the status and participation of Ashoka University in NIRF and QS World Rankings?
So we are starting to participate. I mean, our Vice Chancellor could have answered this much better, but since I'm privy to a lot of the conversations that happen in the leadership, I can say that. So we are preparing for QS rankings this year. The Vice Chancellor has already put a team in place which is working on it. The rankings have different aspects: research, reputation, what the alum are doing, placements, etc. And I think on each of those aspects we are working. NIRF, I would not be as updated, but I'm presuming that from what I know, NIRF we can do after we go through the NAC inspection, and we are awaiting our NAC inspection this year. So after that happens, we will be participating in NIRF2. Now, whether that happens in 21 or 22, I can't say for sure, but absolutely, QS we are going to be doing this year.
The second part to the question is, how do you think to balance the rate of scaling up in the new digital post-COVID world?
Well, I can take a shot at it, Venkat, or you would like to start on this one?
You go ahead.
So I personally do see, when we thought of building Ashoka, we had envisaged Ashoka to be about a 6,000, 7,000 student university, right? With the current campus, we are already up to 25, 50 students. The second campus can house about 3,500. So together, campus 1 and 2 will be about 6,000 students. We are hoping that we are able to get a third plot very close to the university, and which, if that happens, then perhaps over the next 10 years or 12 years, by 2035, Ashoka students on campus should be closer to 10,000. So that's the sort of physical reach. I do feel the digital opportunity presents us unique ways to scale up, right? And I think if Ashoka, this is my personal view, we've still not had a conversation in the leadership on this. And if Ashoka doesn't ride on this, it will be a wasted opportunity. We have tried various forms of digital engagement this year. You've all been part of it, beyond the classroom, the Ashoka Academy, which is going on now. We've tried a lot of digital programs this year. I think the question for us is going to be, and we will continue to try those, programs for lifelong learners, programs for people who are working, short programs, 1-month programs, 3-month programs. I think the key question for us is going to be that for our full-time programs, whether it's the undergraduate program or the Young India Fellowship or our master's program, do we just have the full-time campus version, or do we also have some form of a digital version? It could be half and half. It could also be that students study in a digital mode and come to campus during summer when the campus is actually empty and can house these students. It could also be a hub and spoke model. I think we should think about all of these models and find ways to scale up. If we don't, I know for a fact other universities will. Uh, I think the COVID world has taught us that there are some things you can do equally well in the digital world. And I am personally a big believer that any form of, for the full-time programs, if we can combine digital learning with some form of physical contact, I think there's an opportunity to scale up our programs. Now, what form it takes, it's a little premature. I don't think we've had detailed conversations. But I do know that our senior leadership, our founders are all would all be perhaps united in this mission to scale up using digital education. I mean, I would think that there would be few people who are not keen to do it, and I think this is an opportunity that Ashoka should bank on. Absolutely.
All right. Okay. So I think there's one question that I would take in the end. Apart from that, there is another interesting one. So the question is, how do we ensure a stronger relationship between the current student body and the alumni community, apart from the mentorship program that we've had?
Sorry, I missed this, Akriti. I was reading actually another question which Akshay has put, but go on. Can you repeat it?
Yes. Like, what are the ways in which we can strengthen bonds between the current students and our alums? So we just run a mentorship program as of now. So what are other ways in which we can build those connections?
So
Venkat, you want to take that?
Yeah, let me take a crack at that. So I think one of the big learnings for me has been that students on campus are looking for opportunities outside and don't necessarily have a full view window on what those opportunities may be, right? And they need some hand-holding there. And that could be placements, it could be admissions to other universities, it could be fellowships, scholarships, internships, and the like. That's on the student body side. And on the alumni side, especially the people who graduated a while ago, they have a better view of the world and they have a broader understanding of these life skills that are required once they graduate and once they are in the employment sector, the opportunities for admissions, the opportunities for financial aid at various universities, fellowships and internships. I think these two are the felt, so the felt need is from the student body with a view of understanding what lies in the world outside once they leave the gates of Ashoka. And B is the knowledge and the learning of the alumni who can come and help the student body achieve their goals. To me, I think that is the critical element of engagement that we can find between the students and the alumni body.
Okay, thank you so much. And now I think we'll move on to our last question. Considering that almost the entire year 2021 was online, were the reduction in costs incurred transferred to the fees for the students, both fellows and undergrads?
Okay, I can take that. If you see, our fee has two components. There is the tuition component and there is the residential component. Now, first I'll talk about the reduction in cost. On the tuition component, Ashoka has incurred no reduction. Our faculty body continues to be intact. Our staff continues to be intact. Unlike many other institutions I know, Ashoka did not resort to any sort of pay cuts. So our costs on the tuition side, whether it's people cost, academic cost, has been similar. In fact, it went up a little because we invested more in digital technology. So our costs have not gone down on the tuition part at all. On the residential cost, clearly, since students were not on campus, we have not been charging any hostel fee or any mess fee. Yes, because hostels are not occupied, mess is not working, we did have some reduction in cost there. But our reduction in cost, again, I would say that, if our reduction in cost is 40% on residential, then we have incurred almost zero fee on residents. So net actually, if you see our operating balance sheet this year, our deficit, we continue, Ashoka makes a deficit every year. Our tuition fee does not cover our expenditure. Every year we raise philanthropic capital to bridge in the deficit. This year our deficit has gone up, and I say this because I also chair the Finance Audit Projects Committee of Ashoka. Our deficit is going up to the tune of 15 to 20 crore. I don't remember the number offhand. A lot will also depend on how the new semester plays out. But this has been a very, very tough year for Ashoka. A lot of the heavy lifting has been done by collecting philanthropic contributions. I have to say that our founder trustee donor base has risen up to the occasion, and Venkat can sort of bear me out, but our contributions and philanthropic contributions have not stopped in COVID times. And that has sort of helped Ashoka tide over this crisis.
Yeah, I just want to add a nuance to what Vineet said. And I agree with Vineet that Ashoka's founder community has stood up to the requirements of the institution over the last decade. And here's a mathematical number that I'd like everyone to keep at the back of our minds. This year, our financial aid outgo is 63 crores, and our deficit is almost 20 crore, like Vineet alluded to. And those are the numbers that we have been living with for the last decade. If one were to look at the carry forward losses that the university has incurred over time, my sense is it's about 120 crores, right? And there is a myth that Ashoka is cash rich, it's got a lot of money, and we don't need any further capital to build the institution. That's actually the farthest from the truth, right? From the first batch of the YF till 2021, Ashoka has continually made financial deficits, right? And we've not been self-sufficient. Our fees don't cover our expenditure. And the founders are continuing to plug the financial deficit by giving us more money. And just the fact that our aid outgo is 63 crore and our deficit is almost 20 crore will explain to you where the numbers are at, right? At some point in time, the university will need to stand on its feet, where the fees will have to pay for expenditure. And that is simple administrative requirement or organizational balance that any institution will have to encounter, right? Where the income should pay for the expenditure. The deficits can't go on forever. And that is the task that we at the senior leadership are given to deal with. And Vineet heads the finance committee, and he knows how difficult that is. I go raise the money, and I know how difficult that challenge is. But at some point, we will have to reach a level of equilibrium. When that is, we don't know, but it has to be in the next 2 to 3 years.
One more fact I wanted to bring forth, since many of the alum are on the platform. In fact, during the entire COVID period, right from 22nd March, when the lockdown happened, there were almost 150 students who could never go back. These were students who were from outside India. They were students from remote locations, or they were students whose home circumstances were extremely difficult that they couldn't go back. I think we were perhaps the only institution that I know of which continued to house 150 students right through the pandemic, even today, free of cost. So in some sense, our campus has never closed. Our campus has been open. We've been running 2 residences throughout. and one residence has a quarantine facility. These never shut. I am very privy to what happens at the IITs. I am an alum of IIT Delhi. Every student I know was asked to vacate hostels. So in some sense, Ashoka, even during the pandemic, we've taken a very considerate view. And when it came to evaluating our balance sheet or keeping the interests of our students foremost, I think we've always chosen the latter. I did want to share this with the alum community.
Thank you, both of you, for such honest replies. It's really appreciated. Thank you. Okay, so I'll just close this session with one last question. So how do we stay updated about everything at Ashoka? So just to answer that very quickly, if you have access to your alumni email, we choose to communicate all our things on it. So we've been sending out a monthly and a quarterly update on those on your email IDs. And apart from the newsletters that I or the alumni relations team sends, there is also the Ashoka newsletter. And then we also have the Ashoka website if you want to stay updated on the events that the university is hosting. And also we'll hope to have more such open houses in the future. This is just one line of communication that is there, and we hope to engage our alums as much as possible. Please feel free forward to drop me your questions, and we'll be happy to answer them. Thank you so much.
I just want to say one thing. I have a new boss in Akriti Asthana, so feel free to ping her. Everybody has a mobile number, right? Ask her the questions and she will promptly answer. Thank you, Akriti, for doing this.
Thank you, Venkat. And as you know, bosses are the ones who don't answer questions.
So I'll answer them on your behalf then.
No. All right. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. We hope to have more conversations in the future and hope to see you in person very soon. And yes, thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Keep shining and keep doing great things.